Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, my favorite gamer words of the night's Wednesday stream. Hello, everybody. Do I always forget what day it is every single time I do the intro? Yes, I do. Will I ever remember what day it is and actually do the intro smoothly? Hell fucking no. What's the whole point of having dementia if you don't even remember, or if it helps you remember the day it actually is? But the good news is we actually have some white pills today. Okay? Even the Virginia stuff is actually a gray pill compared to what at least the news that it was last night, okay? This is actually good news for today's stream. Okay, that's the thing that actually gets me more excited about this. Like, I mean, I'm loving the memes about the SPCL, and you know, the Virginia good news is obviously good news. But I'm more excited with the fact that I finally have some happy topics to talk about for a stream that are not just pure Vanta Black doomerism pills that make you just want to go out into the back and just take a shotgun to the head. Like, actually good stuff to talk about. So, it's borderline a miracle. Billions must jump for joy. True, something actually happened. SPLC stuff is bad news? I don't think it's bad news. I don't think it's bad news. I'm gonna save the SPLC stuff for the second half of stream because of well, I mostly kind of did it to myself. I have a couple memes popped up because they're fucking funny, and one of them might be a little bit on the spicier side. Yeah. It was such a pain in the ass to try to get the AI to put me in a white hood. I had to pull out the Catholic capirotes, I think that's what they're called. That are used over in Italy and Spain because they're very similar to a certain clan that starts with a K in their hoods, and the AI was just like, that represents hate groups and blah 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 blah. And I was just like, well, so this is a capirote, and it's used by Catholics in Italy and Spain. Please put the dumb VTuber into it. And it was just like, but I don't want to put the dumb VTuber into the white hood because it has racial problems, stigmatisms and stuff like that. And I was just like, oh my god. Eventually got the work, but yeah, it took a minute. It took a minute. Oh, there, ghost costume. Yeah, but like I wanted the little pointy hat part of it. I know I cut off some of it for the thumbnail because after all of that hard work, I kind of was worried that YouTube might not like it as much. But I at least still wanted the image, right? And I got it. Thank God. But, I like my white pills with a hood. Thank you. Well, congratulations. That's what we have today. YouTube bros, if you hit the goal, then I will put on a P.E.P.E hoodie instead. Honestly, if I was smart and clever, I should have gotten a white hood or like a ghost costume for this stream. But I didn't because I didn't think about it until literally just now as I was starting up the goal and I was like typing in P.E.P.E hoodie. I was like, wait, I should have done a clan hoodie instead. But I don't have an asset for a clan hoodie. So I guess it's P.E.P.E hoodie it's gonna be again. Just imagine it's actually the imagine it's white instead of green. Oh, Amalgamyte hates the abbreviation for Southern Poverty Law Center for some reason. It does? What? Let me look here. SPL stuff is hilarious. Yeah, there's nothing bad though what you said there, other than that's it. That's it. But then somebody else said SPL. It's been removed by the AI mod, but SPLC stuff is just confirming what most of the alt-right knew back in the 2010s. The white ethno-nationalists were all fake and gay. See, this one I can maybe see AI mod getting rid of because of white ethno-nationalists and fake and gay. I can maybe see the AI going off on that, but your comment that you made makes no sense. You literally said SPLC stuff is hilarious. That doesn't make sense. That's retarded. That's really extra retarded then. And yeah, and literally somebody just wrote SPLC and it just got deleted by Automod. Yeah, it's literally the Kicks Automod is literally censoring SPLC. What? Is that acronym mean something else that I'm not aware of because I'm not racist or sexist or degenerate enough? I don't know. Yeah. Why? Like, I love Kick. And I all the time I keep on telling you guys to go to Kick, like YouTube and Rumble Bros. Like, please go to Kick if you're willing to do so. At the end of the day, you use your preferred platform. But like, I really love Kick for a multitude of reasons. But by far, the worst thing about Kick is the auto mod for it, because they use AI for it. And you know, AI is good, but it's a little bit too sensitive, and I don't understand why. Do you think it's a modified form of slur for Latinos? Oh. I could see that. Actually. Still, retarded. Okay then. A rumble for the win. That's true. But, you see, I am a Jew. And so therefore, I like Kick because I get paid for warm bodies. Literally, you just opening the stream and putting in a tab in the background. Don't have to chat at all. You can just be the #1 lurker. And I get paid for you being a warm body. It's amazing. I 10 out of 10 recommend. But obviously, I have a big incentive there. So, I mean, there's other benefits to Kick. Like, it's ad-free. You get fun little emotes for free. You don't have to be a subby bubby, but if you do try to say you could be a subby buddy, you get more fun little emotes and a cute little badge beside your name. It's best for actually watching live streams as a player, like it's specifically meant for live streaming. and so it has a good player there. Like, there's lots of benefits to Kick. It has less censorship than Twitch by a long shot. It's just the AI mod is a little bit trigger happy. A little bit trigger happy there. I thank you, Internet Zen Master, for the $10 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I literally come into this stream and the first thing I hear is them all talking about clan hoodies. Well, the most important question is, does it count as glowing if it's NGO funded? Oh, then if it's NGO funded, then it's brighter than the fucking sun. It's literally the nuclear option. There's no brighter glowing than if it's actually funded by an NGO. Those are the worst. And thank you, a massive Doge, for the $2 dues. Ma'am, do not the hood, but I wanna do the hood. The hood would be funny. I kinda now I'm actually half tempted. Just hold on. Bear with me, chat. Okay, I'm a little bit slow, but I'm kinda wanna look up Ghost PNG or Ghost a costume transparent? I don't know. Maybe I have to actually look up for like a VTuber asset specifically. Yeah, I probably have to look up for a VTuber asset specifically because these little ghost hoodies are not exactly the best for a VTuber model to kind of pin on there. I wonder ghost costume VTuber assets. Here. I should have thought about this before stream, but I was retarded and I didn't. And see, the problem with the VTuber assets is they're too fucking cute. They're just too cute. And I'm not cute. I am a hot, bubbling ball of just gross, horrible news 24/7. And I'm way too serious. And cute is just not my thing. Like, I am just... it just doesn't really fit me. It's good for like the ill will kinds of YouTubers and stuff like that, but like I'm not that. I'm a bitch. I don't go ill will. Rar XD. Oh, daddy, please. Oh, like that's not me. And all these things are just too cute. Oh my god, one of these assets has gigantic fucking boobs on it. Like has a huge pair of knockers, and they're bigger than mine. Okay, they're roughly the same size as mine, but it's still weird to see a ghost fucking thing with gigantic tits. There. But you just did? Lol, I did? Oh, do you mean the Uber Bar XD thingy? Oh. Oh, well, I mean, I guess, but no, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You can grow a few sizes. I think my tits are perfect. They are on the larger end of medium. They're not the big bazookas that just, like, make you fall down to the ground from sheer gravity and posing its own will on you and breaking your back because of how just ginormous they are. My tits are the perfect size, or a bit more than a handful. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. And they jiggle. So that's also what matters. As long as it's enough to jiggle and a bit more than a handful, okay? Anything like that's too comically large is just fucking disgusting to me, and I don't like it. That's just, I'm not a cow. I mean, I am a cow. But, like, not like that. Thank you, Internet Zen Master, for the $5 dues. Donating $5 before Maul's own silliness gets her banned off the YouTubes. It's a miracle it hasn't happened yet. Don't worry. Don't worry. I already had a video taken down for hate speech last week, so it's up on Rumble. I need to probably start uploading videos to Rumble, but I kind of forgot to. But I might. But yeah, I uploaded it to Rumble. Oh well. Is what it is. And then I did the whole the Sikono drama, however you pronounce his name, and I was getting that ready, and I made the thumbnail, and originally it had horror on it, and I tried to use like little censorship thingies for horror, and I ran it through the AI, cause like, okay, I just got hit with a hate speech warning, I should probably be a little bit on the safe side, and the AI was just like, yeah, no, it's still too bad. It's like, okay, whatever. So then I changed it to free use, and then I got my title ready. It's just like, okay, I mean, it's true, regret is not rape, but even with the censor little asterisk, is this gonna be okay? And I know I just said fuck it anyways. Because it's true! Regret is not rape! And like that's basically all her allegation was. Her whole 12-minute video was just the implication of it, even though, to be fair, she didn't directly state it herself. But the implication was very strongly there. And so it's just like, okay, well, listen, I was like, we're gonna fly close to the sun today. Nothing's wrong with that. Just another day that ends in Y. Honestly, why do you describe the flesh operator? Are you talking about boobs? I'm talking about my boobs! My pixel titties! There's nothing wrong with my pixel titties, they're not flesh. Though they are, I did make them roughly the same size as the real thing. But they're pixels. They're still pixels at the end of the day, they're not the flesh operators. They're realistic large and look good on the model. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that you I'm glad that some of chat at least understands. What did I just tune into? Ear bleach, I guess? I don't know. Like if I go from one thing to the next. Okay, I heard you like whiplash. I'm not blah 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 blah. But what was I saying? Whiplash. Dummy mommy. Ah, yes, dummy mommy. Right. Okay. You never know what you can get into with this stream. Especially when stream just starts and we're doing foreplay. It just bounces off the walls. Just bounces off the walls completely. And until we actually get into the news, and then it's like, then you can expect the screaming and the crying and shitting my pants and crying, once again still crying, and having no control over our emotions because I'm a woman. And then stream ends, and everything's fine. Yep. Oh, thank you, Seawall, for the $5 dose. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep up the good work, Amal. I need to learn how to enunciate my words. And you can both be cute and serious all at once. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Except I don't know if that I don't know if that's gonna be possible because I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, I'm a woman. And you shouldn't take me seriously. I'm just yapping into the void about my opinions. But at the same time, I guess I'm serious about my opinions. I do get like genuinely angry about this stuff. And I don't know, it just gets really I know things can be quite depressing, right? And I part of myself like there's a part of me that does kind of feel bad that I'm not a happier, funnier streamer that can kind of like add to kind of alleviate the topics at hand. And I like to do the game streams just to kind of make that easier, but then it kind of falls into the same hole of like sexual jokes because I don't know any other jokes, right? I don't find fart and like toilet humor funny myself. And I just I like my racist stuff too, but when you're playing video games, it's harder to make racist jokes if there's no, well, black person to make fun of, right? Or a dumb woman. And so it's just like, okay, I don't know. I don't think I'm all that like entertaining in that case there. So it's just I know my streams are a little bit more serious. And I feel bad, but at the same time, I guess I'm just yapping at the end of the day, and at the end of the day, that's what right? I can't speak. It's not even like I just started speaking today. I was on side scrollers a little today. I spoke for like, well, I guess I didn't speak for the whole 2 hours because there's other people talking. But like, I spoke today, right? Right? I got the wheels turning. The gears have been greased. But anyways, yeah. Anyway, sorry about that. You were on point on Side Scrollers today. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Cause I do try to like, I don't know. When I'm a guest on somebody else's channel, I do try to keep things a little bit more in line. Follow the rules, right? Don't want to get too spicy, though. I did kind of make a spicy joke, and I felt bad about that because I was just like, ooh, that kind of slipped out of my mouth. But yeah, just try to keep it like within the same line where I'm like, okay, I know I'm good, or at least is the best I can actually be for my talents with this subject. So it's like, okay, I can work with that. And one advantage I do have over, I would say, most Americans is my knowledge about UK politics. And so whenever UK politics come out, I can actually kind of flex it. Now, not like I am a master at it, right? I'm not actually British myself. And, you know, I don't get everything correct because, one, I'm retarded, two, I'm a woman, and three, I do make mistakes, and once again, I'm not like constantly there. But I do know a lot more about British politics than I would probably say the average American and the average American political commentator because I do like it so much. And so I was like, okay, that's actually within my wheelhouse that I can kind of work with to the best of my ability. Though with Arch there beside me, I kind of there's a little bit of overshadowing, but it worked out in the end. Amal looks so happy in the thumbnail. Well, of course I'm happy. I'm getting funded to be racist. Come on. If you were getting paid to be racist, wouldn't you be happy too? It's like the best possibility you could possibly have in the whole entire world. Would rather have serious than silly ooh cringe? Well, I guess whatever floats people's boats up, right? Because like everybody has preferences. But sometimes you kind of need something fun, for that levity to help kind of, you know, make it a lot more easier to swallow the black pills. Because that's basically what all news is. Like tonight, we got a rare case where it's like a white pill, well, gray pill if you count Virginia for this. But I would probably say white pill overall. But that's very far and few between, and it gets depressing. There. She doesn't ooh, she meows. True. Nya 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 nya. Oh shit, that reminds me actually. Speaking of nya 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 nya, Sunday. Yeah. It's Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Sunday though. This coming Sunday. Hold on. There's a clip? Sorry, hold on. Wait a second. I got confused. Sorry. I went to go pull up YouTube, and I'm like, why is there a reel of me? Why? What is this? What? Oh, it's from my own channel. I forgot about this. This one died like a year ago. Why are you showing me my own fucking clips, reels, whatever the case is? Okay, sorry, I got very confused. Very confused there. Anyways, I was trying to say is that Sunday on Arch's channel there will be the next episode of the Vampire Campaign where I will be playing a Nazi cat girl. You heard that correctly. It is in fact a Nazi cat girl I am playing. Though once again, literally role playing, not actually a Nazi or a cat girl for for YouTube's warnings there. We did the last episode, well, a few days ago, 9 days ago to be exact. So if you haven't watched it, go ahead, episode 4, and then I'll be doing episode 5 this Sunday, and I'm very excited for it. Minus the fact that Arch is a horrible, mean, and awful DM, and I have really bad feelings on what's going to be occurring. But still, for legal purposes. And there will be a surprise on stream, probably. True, no pressure, Strickland. Totally not calling you out in chat right now. People totally don't spam Strickland right here, and pressure him. But Strickland is an artist here that's worked with me and Arch and other people before, and he has something in the works for the Vampire Campaign. which may or may not be ready by Sunday. He says it should be ready by Sunday, but we'll see. He is a Spaniard, and Spaniards are awfully lazy, just as bad as Italians. Something about the southern Europeans, right? Just the southerners in general, just very lazy people. Tis tis. But you know what? Just like the southerners, we should whip him. I know he's a Spaniard, but still whip him just because. Thank you, the Watchman, for the $5 dose. Thank you. Malga, did you see the Destiny of Virginia is being challenged for being illegal? Yes. And with that, I guess I'll go into the news here. Because wait, not this. Hold on, wait a second. I mean, also kind of that. Because about the Virginia stuff. I want to do the Virginia stuff first, and then the SPLC, because the SPLC is really funny, but also really spicy. And so, I kind of want to wait until a little bit later in the VOD, that way YouTube doesn't get super upsetty. But I also do want to point out one thing too, okay? Okay, I'm gonna have a fangirl moment real quick before we actually get in. I lied, I'm sorry. She went ahead, retweeted my tweet, and she followed me afterwards. And I'm very, very happy. I'm very, very happy. I have been a fan of her since the Gamergate days. And just because I want to show my cred, but not because I hate her or anything like that. But I've been a fan of her since her and Armor Skeptic were dating. Like, I found her through Armor Skeptic, actually. And I was a big fan of both of them. She's absolutely hilarious. Yes, she might not be the best on certain takes. Like, I reacted to her ICE video back from the Minnesota shootings, and both shootings that happened in Minnesota back in January of this year. I disagreed. I strongly disagreed with her take with them, in that case. And I know she's got, interesting past and various other things, right? I followed her career completely. Like, I am Shu's #1 top female fan. Okay, that might actually be a lie. There's some pretty big ones too. But still, I'm probably like the top 5 Shu big female fans, right? And I'm just happy that the fact that, yeah. Anyway, I'm very, very happy today. Shu is the most reasonable leftist, true. Though depending on your political stance, though, she is a Shu-socialist, and Shu-socialism is based off of national Shu-socialism, which there is a little bit of an argument for it, with the right demographics. Problem with America is we don't have the right demographics there. And that's where my main point of disagreement is, though also not a super huge fan of socialism in general, but I can at least see a bigger argument for it if the demographics were better. But they're not, and they're not going to change anytime soon, so therefore no. She was being incredibly consistent, though, and has been at the front of calling the left for lone dumbass, right? Yeah, like, seriously, she was like the #1 actual woman during the Gamergate days, and most of the Gamergate days were filled with men. I mean, there was obviously Shu, there was Lauren Southern came after Gamergate, and with Lauren Chen. Those were like the political women that came kind of after that, as things became more political and less cultural with Trump's win in 2016. But like, there's very few women that were actually involved with Gamergate, and she was basically it. And you know what? Hey, you can actually go back and watch those old videos. Still relatively consistent, still calling out the same stuff. Like, she's actually good at what she does. And the best part is she's actually funny, which is a miracle since she's a woman. I like her. I'll still defend her. Okay? Plus, she's married with a kid now. What can I say? She's literally living the dream. I want to be her. There. But anyway, minus my little self-congratulations there, as I was very happy about this. Virginia. So, I don't live in Virginia myself. So, warning in advance, right? I might not get everything correct because it's not my state, so I'm not exactly sure the state's politics for different things, because every state is different. That is one of the benefits. But one of the pros and cons of the United States is the different states, right? Overall. And last night they had an election. There was multiple different things on the ballot, but with the big point of contention specifically was drawing a new congressional map, aka gerrymandering. Now, this is the current map that they've had, where you can see the big cities. If you were to go to Google Maps and look at the big cities, you could find like Fairfax, which is the suburb of Washington D.C., which is in this corner. I think Richmond is down there if I remember correctly. Like, it basically just covers, and then like the coastal stuff too. It basically just covers the big cities, and then the rest of it is just the countryside, which is makes sense, right? Big cities usually vote blue, countryside votes just red, and they're big blocks. Like they're nothing. There's no weird lines or squigglies or anything crazy about that. There's big blocks for different districts overall. Nothing too crazy. Well, after the vote, this is how they want to redistrict things. And these are not big blocks anymore, other than this one leftover red one. These, the majority of them, come from this specific corner right here, which is from Fairfax, which is once again a suburb of Washington, D.C. Which Washington, D.C., if that were ever to be an actual state, holy fuck, that's, very blue. Extremely blue. In fact, here's a better zoom in on the map here. You can literally see them look at those tendrils go out until it then like winds around here with this district, and then like this district all goes down and around to an earlier round, and like this one goes like this. Like they're all based off Fairfax, and that's how they're gonna be able to get those blue seats within this new redistricting versus the old one. Yeah, there's one district and another district based off Fairfax, and then this big district and this big district, but nothing like too crazy overall. You still were able to get these big chunks of basically countryside once again. In fact, yeah, this is Richmond. In fact, I double checked. I got Google Maps pulled up on my phone, and this is around the time where Richmond is. So, yeah, it goes from literally 6 Democrat seats to 5 Republican seats to 9 Democrat seats and 1 Republican seat with this redistricting that they voted for. Now I say they voted for, but it's very hard contention for what they actually voted, seeing that only 51% said yes and 49% said no. Like, this is on the wire, super fucking close. Just a few thousand votes of a difference between 51% and 49%. And kind of similar to what the districts were looking at originally, here, where you got the blue one for the cities and the rest are red. Well, you can see who voted yes and who voted no. Once again, here's Richmond, here's apparently Alexandria is what they had noted down, but also Fairfax. In the corner here, we got this little blue one right there and a couple blue here, but for the most part, just, no, aka red. Like, it's almost 1-to-1 for who voted yes and who voted no compared to the actual old district lines, compared to the new ones that they want to do, completely silencing a good literally half the states. Because, once again, the new congressional seats, 91% Democrats, 9% Republicans, when it literally is a 50-50 state. Absolutely insane. There. Richmond is roughly in the middle. The big blue chunk in the southeast is Chesapeake, Suffolk area, and Norfolk. Lots of people there, but purple overall. Yeah, like, it's, as far as my understand, it's basically just a swing state, because it is just a 50-50 with how the people vote. And you know what? Hey, I mean, when it's that close, it definitely gets a little bit suspicious for things, and I have some tabs about it. But so far, it's been pretty consistent. Like in when they had the election in 2024, 52% Kamala, 47% Trump. That's pretty close. It still is. It's pretty close to 50-50 right there. Redistricting, same thing. But now, when it comes to actual congressional seats, 91% Democrats, 99% Republicans. This is just gerrymandering to the T. And you can even literally see it with how they want to redo the map with these little tendrils going in this little corner of Virginia. It's complete bullshit the Democrats are doing on purpose. And then the Republicans are just like, oh, well, it would be mean if we learn how to gerrymander ourselves. Like, there was this whole big stink that Indiana was doing a few months ago, because this whole gerrymandering scheme by Virginia has been in the works for months now. That's been talked about, at least online, because of how the Democrats have like purposely taken over Virginia. And then the Indiana GOP was just like, well, we're not going to gerrymander, even though we could make the whole entire state red, because it is a deep red state, because that would be mean. That would be bad if we were to actually do that, because that's unfair to gerrymander. And it's like, okay, in the perfect world, when we actually had a stable, decent society, I would agree with that too. I'd be like, yeah, gerrymandering is bad. We shouldn't do that. You shouldn't completely change the map for the districts every 4 or 8 years whenever you don't get your way, just to purposely sway the seats. That is bad. But the Democrats don't play by those games. They don't give a flying fuck about that. They're gonna do whatever they want to do, and to get as much power as possible, which in this case is fucking Virginia right now, where the Spanberger has come in and completely wrecked the whole system. Like, the amount of taxes in Virginia have gone up astronomically. There's heavier gun laws. They've helped decriminalize certain things and turn things into misdemeanors instead. I know I did a stream on a lot of the horrible things Virginia did a few months ago, back when she got into power, and I should have brought the tabs up for that, but I didn't. But it's just been an absolute shit show ever since she's gotten in charge, and with this, it's just going to make things even worse. Republicans want to lose. It's easier being the minority party. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I think Republicans are paid to lose. I mean, I think there's one to lose as well, but I'm pretty sure Republicans are paid to lose to a certain degree, because both parties are filled with warhawks, even though the Democrats try to not like act like they are. Even though there's interviews with Hillary Clinton saying about how she would totally go to war with Iran and Russia and, you know, other things. Same with like Kamala, right? They constantly talked about how they want to go to war, but they try to make themselves not like the Warhawk Party, but they are. Republicans are definitely full of warhawks, as we can clearly see with the current Iran war. And it's just like with AIPAC funding literally all the Republicans. And they do fund a little bit of Democrats, but AIPAC mostly funds Republicans. And there are powers at play that really love immigration, and the only party that has some people working within it to stop mass immigration on both the legal and illegal measures are Republicans. If you make it harder for that party to actually fix the problems with genuine grassroots movements by just paying them to lose, then you can still have the Democrats in charge. They can keep inviting people in at the taxpayer's expense. And congratulations, America is now going down the shitter, and there's no proper recourse. And then every once in a while, they'll let the Republicans in as like a little pressure release valve, and then nothing fucking happens, because nothing ever happens. And there we go. Like, it sucks. Absolutely sucks. But that's my little conspiracy theory, right? Okay, just imagine a little tinfoil hat on my head, you know, just waving around here, trying to protect my brain from the EMFs and the other probings that the aliens like to do in the middle of the night. Though if they're probing, the head's not gonna help me too much, but oh well. At least I tried, right? And it's just because that's like the only thing that really makes sense. I mean, why would you want to lose? Politicians go into politics for power, right? Because they don't actually care about solving things. They want to just get paid and leave and grab the bag for 4 years. And then if people, especially if they're in like a permanent red or permanent blue state where they just get voted in constantly, they don't have to actually solve anything. They don't have to do anything. They're only in there for a temporary time, and then hasta la vista, they got the bag and left. There's no consequences to their actions. But Republicans don't barely even win with these states, it seems like. At least they don't fucking try to. What's the point? It's exhausting. Like, there's a theory going on right now with Virginia, that basically people are convinced that National Republicans spent more money trying to save John Cornyn, who campaigned on giving amnesty to over 10 million illegals, from a primary challenge to his right, than trying to save 4 GOP congressional districts in Virginia. And then there's also this. Democrat-aligned groups outspent Republican-aligned groups 3-1 in Virginia gerrymandering referendum. 60 million to 20 million. Why, you ask? Because Republicans torched 80 million trying to buy Rhino John Cornyn's re-election over Paxton. Worthless people. Now, once again, I'm not in Virginia. I don't know these people based off their name. Maybe I get a face and some other things related to them. Maybe I'll recognize them. So, I mean, take this kind of with a grain of salt because I can't exactly verify this myself. But if this is true, and I'm going to believe it is true, because it's something that the Republicans, the GOP, would actually fucking do. Spend that much money trying to keep one of their lame duck, useless pieces of shits in over somebody who would actually solve the problems, instead of actually worrying about losing the whole entire fucking state thanks to Democrats gerrymandering the whole entire fucking place. Absolute bullshit. But what do I know? I actually want to solve problems. Well, but I'm not a politician because, well, if I'm a politician, nothing fucking gets done. This just means Vexen and West Virginia getting new counties by popular vote incoming. I feel like you're a little bit too optimistic for that. I mean, they've been talking about splitting California for how many years? How many years? Turning California into 2 or 3 states? And that's never happened? I don't think it's going to happen with West Virginia and Virginia, but it'd be nice. It'd be nice. I thank you, Zalaxon Doppelganger, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We all know the solution. Disavow, but Rhinos, Apex, and Dems do suck indeed. I would like them to be gone. Just, you know, the proper way. for legal reasons. Just saying, maybe don't rule it out, Mo. I mean, hey, listen. I'm someone who believes that nothing ever happens, okay? I always bet on nothing ever happening. So when something does happen, I can slowly check and go, oh, something actually did happen, you know? And then nothing happens again. And it's just best to live life that way, personally. Actually, kind of like, I sort of kind of jest, right? I sort of kind of joke. But in real life, that's actually how I work, right? I've been told I'm extremely pessimistic because and very cynical because I'm someone who always expects the worst. Because I learned from an early age that if I ever get my hopes up, they're gonna be crushed. And so I'd rather just assume that it's gonna be shit and then be surprised and have a happy feeling when I'm surprised and be like, oh wow, this is not as bad, this is actually quite enjoyable, whatever the case is. Then get my hopes up and then have them crushed and then live in despair for, you know, a period of time. It just sucks a lot. So I just rather assume nothing good's gonna happen, and then when something good actually happens, then I'm happy about it, versus always assuming the optimistic and then just being more and more upset that things aren't going my way. I just feel like it's a better mentality to have as a general rule of thumb. And it's nice to have surprises. I love surprises. I hate surprises being spoiled for me. Like, I don't know, gifts or celebrations or just good little anniversaries, things. I don't know. I know what it is, right? But I love surprises. I love surprises because of it. Because it is such a happy feeling to have just completely be taken off guard and having something good happen to you. And I like also giving other people surprises because of that. Because it's a great feeling to have. But that's my mentality. I thank you, Alt X Kill. No message, but for $2 reduce. But thank you, my dude. Very generous. I was trying to. Sorry, it took me a minute to read your name there. You still need to be careful of pessimism, as it can easily lead to just giving up. Well, joke's on you if I already gave up. then there's nothing left to give up after all, right? My soul has been abandoned, my heart has been shattered, my brain has turned into mush. There's nothing left to give up. I just exist. It's great. It's great. Oh. Everything's been sucky since Charlie got assassinated. It started going downhill before Charlie got assassinated. But after that, it has been basically permanent. Just like, wow. Charlie was literally the whisperer in Trump's ears to try to actually correct the course for the most part. And then he gets assassinated. And everything just goes to shit. Wow. I didn't actually expect that to happen. I was like, I wasn't a big fan of Charlie Cook. Not like I disliked him or anything like that. Just kind of existed. And he, you know, made good content and tweets and various other things out there that I would see from time to time. And I was just like, okay, he exists. And then he died. And it's just like, huh? What do you mean he got assassinated? Huh? And it was really fucking... It was... Yeah, it was not a pleasant time. Whatsoever. And I was hoping... through such a tragedy that maybe there could be some sort of light at the end of the tunnel that could actually make some changes, but we are now how many months on? He got assassinated in what, September or October? It was one of those 2 months in fall. I think it was October, right? November, December, January, February, March, April, 6 months. Yeah. Yeah, well, anyways. Back to Virginia, right, folks? Because this is supposed to be a bit more of a white pill. Oh, yeah. Oh. But even CNN was admitting how insane the Virginia gerrymander is. Well, they weren't exactly saying how insane it was. They weren't being like, oh, this is crazy. The Democrats shouldn't totally do this. But they even kind of were like, yeah, this is a little bit strange. This is actually, you know, how this actually works out.
And just take a look at how
you are quiet.
How this map is structured. What they do is they've taken the heavily Democratic areas in the northern area of Virginia, and they've created 5 separate districts that basically pinwheel out to go out into conservative, more rural areas, including where we are right now in the proposed 7th congressional district. It's actually interesting. We're kind of like smack dab in the middle of the district, and if you go in one direction, there's another district about 1.5 miles away. In the other direction, there's another district about 2 miles away, really highlighting the shifts that are being seen right now with these proposed maps.
So, obviously they can't be like, yeah, this is actually a problem because it's CNN, right? They cover for Democrats and Fox News covers for Republicans. That's just how the party lines work here. But the fact they're just like, yeah, so 2 miles away is another district, and another 2 miles after that's another district. The fact that they're pointing that out in a very corporate, sanitized language, though, it's just kind of like, maybe there's sort of kind of a problem with them being so close together versus the original map. Not as much. Not as much, actually. And then Barack Obama has to come in and be like, you know, look at me. Aren't Democrats so amazing? Congratulations, Virginia. Republicans are trying to tilt the midterm elections in their favor, but they haven't done it yet. Thanks for showing us what it looks like to stand up for democracy and fight back. For our democracy. I love that phrase. I love that phrase, for our democracy. It has been a little bit, out of the vernacular recently, but I'm glad to see Barack Obama, the world's greatest black man, is bringing it back. Because... especially back during the first Trump administration, all the news outlets would constantly say, this is extremely dangerous for our democracy. This is extremely dangerous for our democracy. This is extremely dangerous for our democracy. Because they're all funded by Sinclair. And so somebody even made a compilation. And you can find it on YouTube. I can't play it because I'll get struck. Because that's happened before in the past, unfortunately. Where they take all these local news networks. And they're all repeating the same script. All over the nation. And they're all saying the exact same thing. And they all say, this is extremely dangerous for our democracy. Because they're not talking about you and I. right? They're not talking about the little plebeians, just kind of existing, going to work every day, coming home, may or may not have a family to take care of, but, you know, hoping to have a family at least one day, right? Paying our taxes like the good little goys that we are. No, they're not talking about that. When they say our democracy, they mean the Democrats' democracy. They mean the politicians' democracy. They mean the globalist democracy. The ones that are actually in control. Because that's all that matters to them. Because once they're in control, then they can make whatever bullshit up. They can send as many mail-in votes as they want. They can have the Dominion machines, you know, rigged with ones and zeros ready to go. It just doesn't matter to them because it's their democracy they're protecting. But that's what they mean. And beyond just the whole for democracy thing, the fact that Republicans are trying to tilt the midterm elections in their favor? What are you talking about? This was just the map. This was just the map, which is basically 1-to-1 with how the Virginians vote in general. If they compare them, it's very, very similar. Very, very similar for how they actually vote. Where is the Republicans tilting? The Republicans are not trying to gerrymander to make the bluer chunks redder. They just wanted to leave it alone just as it is. What tilting is happening versus compared to this? Like, I know this is a very typical case of, like, leftists accuse you of doing what they're doing. You know, that the cognitive dissonance that they have, which is not even really cognitive dissonance on the part of Obama, because he's purposely doing it, right? But, like, just... For a 3-sentence little tweet that he put out there, there's just so much wrong with it. And keep in mind, he used to be a president, right? He was president of the country for 8 years, and he's still lauded as a great, important figure on the left. He's still the first black, you know, man who was a president of America. Right? He's still a national hero. Respect him, even though he's basically a foreigner. Because apparently he actually is from Kenya, and everything like that too. Not actually a conspiracy theory, just like everything else that actually is true. And I was like, oh, okay then, that's great. But whatever. Propaganda does a number on the cards. True. I mean, I get he's Barack Obama, but 456,000 likes. 456,000 likes here. I get he is an ex-president and all that fun stuff. I get he's such a big figure with that many million followers and stuff like that. But receive that many likes about this, it's just like, dude, they're lying, and we know they're lying, and they know that we know that they're lying, and yet they still lie anyways. Even though he damaged the fuck out of USA race relations, sent us back 100 years if not more, I would personally argue that the race relations were already bad before he came into power, but he definitely didn't make things better. He definitely made things worse, helping with Black Lives Matter and other progressive causes. I'm just saying Liberia is always a good option, but hey. That's the Democrat strategy now. They know the general elections are not in their favor right now, so they are going to focus hard on local and state areas to spread them purple or blue. Can't stay quiet during midterms. Yep. Like, as pissed off as I am with Republicans so far, I hate the rhinos. I'm not super happy with Trump overall. I still, unfortunately, you have to have the mentality of keep voting Republican until you're dead, right? Because they have the mentality of vote blue no matter who. And you have to fight fire with fire. If they're going to be tribalistic and vote on one-party issues, then we have to vote on one-party issue too, which is to keep the Democrats out. Because they're going to just bring more immigration in. They're going to bring more LGBTQ nonsense in. They're going to bring more Black Lives Matter bullcrap in. They're going to bring basically the whole Biden administration plus coming back with a vengeance if the Republicans don't stop them. Even if the Republican is a rhino or a lame duck, it's still better than an active Democrat trying to make things worse. Because then you can look at Virginia, for example, and beyond just the gerrymandering, but when Spanberger got in, how much she's fucking shook up that state and ruined it just in the few months that she's been in. An absolute disaster. We don't want that for the rest of the United States. There. There are a lot of Democrats whose party is their religion. True. And the thing is, I'm not even like a Republican, right? I don't consider myself a Republican. I never have. I've always been whatever I vote for, whoever I think is best for the causes that I, believe it are right. But I'm at the point where, like, okay, we have a two-party system. Both parties sucks. Republicans are lesser of two evils because the other side is legitimately Satan reincarnated, and the Republicans are Satan's cousin. Not exactly great, but is what it is. Texas Senate Paxton versus Cornyn. Oh, okay. I must have missed this earlier. Sorry, Rumble Bros. I try not to ignore you, but it happens. But I didn't realize with Texas Senate Paxton versus Cornyn. I don't know every state. I'm sorry. I'm retarded and I don't pay attention with all 50 fucking states. There. Did I miss a super chat? I feel like I missed a super chat. Aha, Doppelganger. Xylos and Doppelganger. Thank you for the 500 whoop tokens. Thank you. Kirk should have been avenged in blood. That he was not speaks to how pathetic we are and how much better the demos are than us. Yeah. Not literally blood for YouTube sakes, but there definitely should have been actual action by the Trump administration like they promised. They kept on being like, oh, we're going to go after Antifa, we're going to go after Antifa. It wasn't until multiple months later that they finally made Antifa a domestic terrorist organization, and then nothing has really happened in that regards. Like, they haven't really, as far as I'm aware, they haven't really arrested much of anybody. Like, they have done a little bit here and there, but nothing like too crazy. When we have plenty of independent people, independent journalists, actively mapping out their cells and know exactly where they are and can be used as informants, like Andy No, for example, who has done multiple, not even just multiple, he's done countless sting ops on Antifa, recording them, and the horrible things that they've done. And whenever he gets ousted, he gets constantly beaten and injured every single time. He even wrote a book about it on let's see, I have it on my bookshelf. Unmasked. Just going after Antifa, right? And there's Data Republican who does these deep dives on where all these people get their funding from and all the different connections that they have. Madam Savvy mostly does it for culture war stuff or for gaming, but she's got that autistic spiel with her too. And then there is the S2 Underground, The Wire. Oh, they're amazing. Like, that guy actually makes literal interactive maps that you can pull up and see actual illegal, like, recently he tweeted about illegal law firm centers, like actual safe houses within the different states. And he's just one man doing all those work that together. And so not all the states have been updated, not 100% accurate for, like, how many that there are, but the ones that have been plotted are accurate and are still there. There's 4 people that I just listed. There are independent journalists that are actually doing the job that the government should be doing to handle these problems, and the government isn't. I get that there's bureaucracy, I get there's red tape, I get there's these judges going back and stabbing Trump and just refusing to go about it and saying things are unconstitutional when they're perfectly fine. And various other different things that are causing problems to make progress go smoothly. And after all, I understand nothing's going to be happening overnight. But there are resources the administration could be using, and they're just not. They're just not. Which, I will be saying now that I'm kind of like blackpilling about it, the SPL stuff, which we'll be getting into in a little bit once we finish Virginia, is a good sign that it's a white pill of the government actually doing something worthwhile. It still is frustrating overall. I thank you, Ahu Ha Hu Ha Hu. Oh? Ahu Ha Hu Ha Hu Ho. I like your name. I kind of want to repeat that over and over and over again, like I'm a chimpanzee making a ritual in the African desert to the sun god, to try not to have such a warm day today, and maybe help me plant my palm trees or my coconuts or whatever they have in Africa. Ahu ha hu ha hu ha hu ha hu ho. Ahu ha hu ha hu ha hu ha hu ho. Ahu. Oh, I give it the $5 dues. Oh wait, you guys are getting paid? That's how I fucking feel, dude. Like, I mean, I guess in a way, because I'm a streamer, right? I do technically get paid for being racist thanks to you guys being very generous and supporting me, right? But at the same time, some of the money that's been revealed for what the SPLC has been giving these guys, it's just like, damn. Why didn't anybody tell me about this? I would have signed up for this years ago. What is this shit? Ahu 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 ahu. I like your name a lot. But go back on topic here. Now ahu ahu ahu. Trump even commented on the Virginia election that happened last night. Let me calm down a second. I'm sorry. The Floyd has lost it. Oh god, yeah, especially with I am very regarded above you saying Netanyahu ha hu ha hu ha hu ha hu ha. Netanyahu ha hu ha hu ha hu ha. Look, wait, let me get some water. Hold on. One other time? What, you want an encore? You want an encore? Hell yeah, okay. Ahu, 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 ahu. Okay. Trump said, a rigged election took place last night in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. All day long, Republicans were winning. The spirit was unbelievable until the very end when, of course, there's a massive mail-in ballot drop. Where have I heard that before? And the Democrats eked out another crooked victory. 6-5 goes to 10-1, and yet the presidential election in November was very close to a 50-50 split. In addition to everything else, the language on the referendum was purposely unintelligible and deceptive. As everyone knows, I'm an extremely brilliant person, and even I had no idea what the hell they were talking about in the referendum, and neither do they. Let's see if the courts will fix this travesty of justice. President Donald J. Trump. Now, spoiler alerts, which is why it's a kind of a gray pill. The courts are going to come in and actually try to change the results. But the part, like, I want to address the actual problem with the voting in general here. One, the map itself is abysmal. But two, like, this is the question that they had on the ballots for the gerrymandering. Proposed constitutional amendment. Question. Should the Constitution of Virginia be amended to allow the General Assembly to temporarily adopt new congressional districts to restore fairness in the upcoming elections while ensuring Virginia's standard redistricting process resumes for all future redistricting after the 2030 census? Now, unlike Trump, who is extraordinarily brilliant, as he says himself, I am extraordinarily stupid with the proud 112 midwit IQ. And when I first read this, I was like, what the fuck is this gobbledygook going on here? I had to reread it a couple times, like, understand it. I was like, what do you mean, restore fairness? Chat, does this map, this proposed map, which they're not even showing on the ballot, right? Like, because they're doing this on purpose. Does this look like restoring fairness to you compared to the old one? And then look at how they vote in general across the board. Which map looks like restoring fairness to you? Because I don't think that's it. I don't think it's restoring fairness. And on top of it, it's also temporary, if I'm understanding this correctly. Because it's like, while ensuring Virginia's standard redistricting process resumes for all future redistricting after the 2030 census. So they're claiming, right? They're claiming that they'll go back to regular redistricting processes after the 2028 election. They're going after the 2030 census, but they're purposely trying to get this after the 2028 election. Because right now, even with Trump's fault with the Iran war and other issues, Republicans are still, at least by my bet, are still going to win in 2028 if they run J.D. Vance. Of course, things can change in a couple of years, but at the moment, it's still looking relatively promising, and the Democrats, I think, know that as well. And so they're trying to stuff as many votes as they can for whoever the Democrat will be with this redistricting, since this would give the Democrat 10 votes more or less. So basically, sway the state to Democrats and only give the Republican 1 in this case. And then after 2030 census, so 2 years after the Democrat wins, and God knows how much immigration is going to come in within those 2 years, seeing how quickly Biden flooded the border when he got in charge. Then they're going to redo it in the 2030 census, and they'll be like, oh, we're going to use actual fair ones this time around. And I'm going to be guessing that if they are actually doing fair redistricting once again, right, the standard redistricting, this wave of red that exists in the countryside will not be as red anymore based off the new Virginians that settle there in that state. That's my my conspiracy theory, right? That's my prediction for what they were kind of hoping for with this questioning. But you actually have to like break it down to understand that and actually look at the map to kind of get that. Because other than that, when you read it by itself, it's just like, should the Constitution of Virginia be amended to allow General Assembly to temporarily adopt new congressional districts to restore fairness in the upcoming elections? You're like, okay, yeah, restoring fairness. That seems good. I mean, clearly the evil Republicans or whoever else was in charge were, you know, oh, how dare the corrupt politicians try to use their power against the people? Yeah, we'll restore fairness. Ignoring kind of the last part of it, but like, people don't really pay attention to this kind of stuff as a general rule of thumb. Like, just thank you, Rasmus, for the being a member for 1 month now. Thank you. Win? Oh, we are just better. Lose? A dirty play. Basically, I mean, that's how the Democrats work and not the Republicans, which is actually unfortunate. Which, I hate that I had to say that, because, like, it wasn't that long ago that I was a bit more of a principled person, where I was just like, okay, I don't want to break the rules. Principles are good for a reason. Morals are good for a reason. You know, if we do what they're doing, we're just gonna be just as bad as them. You know, that kind of like wishy-washy and moralistic nonsense. Because I genuinely believed it, and part of me actually still does. Because I guess I'm white and I'm Western, and that's the morality that I grew up with. That if you do unto others as you want done to you, right? If you play dirty and you stab people in the back, then you know that you're a horrible person, and you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that to people, because that's unfair. And even if they do it to you, you know, you have to be the better person, right? Go on the high road. You know, step above it, or else you're just gonna be just as bad as them. And I've had to learn to get rid of it, and it still lingers, right? I still use it for like individuals, for example, because I do work on a more individual basis, as a whole, right? Somebody comes up to me and they're black or gay or trans or even a woman, and they're nice to me. I'm gonna be nice to them too, at the end of the day. But I've had to learn to just kind of, when it comes to politics in general, all that matters is power. And that's, the Democrats recognize that. All it is power. And you just have to play dirty if your opponent's going to be playing dirty, because that's the only way to win. Your principles shouldn't limit you from defending yourself, otherwise you have bad principles. Well, I don't even say they're bad principles. It's just that you're weak. Well, not even weak, actually. I don't like that. It's just, you're scared. You're a coward, basically. And that's how I would say it. Because I don't Because the principles all are good, and I do believe in Western values are the correct principles, at least for the West overall. We shouldn't be importing this to India or China or Africa, where they're not compatible whatsoever. But for the West, right, a more Christian-centered morality is good for us because that literally is our culture. And that's okay. But it only works for a high trust society, which is once again a Western concept. And if people break that high trust society, then you have to learn how to defend yourself, because or else you're going to be screwed over, or at best, or actually murdered and raped at worst, depending on the situation. Like Irina Zarutska, like I'm going to bring her up every fucking time because it's insane that she was safer in a literal war-torn country of Ukraine, and then she was in America, where she got on the train and was stabbed to death because she was a white girl. Well, that's because she didn't know that when you're around blacks, you don't relax, and grew up with more. I mean, Ukraine is an Eastern European nation, obviously, and I know there are more races there, but there's not that safety that homogeneity actually gives you in America, because we're not a homogeneous society. And if you're not aware of that, you just kind of keep to yourself and go on your phone and go about your day after a long day of work. Oh, then you get murdered, and it sucks. I wish it wasn't that way. With the proper Western principles, it wouldn't be that way with liberalism in charge, but it is what it is. Now is not the time for principles. Maybe when we can afford the house. True. But right now we're not wanting the house. But the crazy, the cool thing about this, and I say it's cool because it bites on the fucking ass. But it actually even breaks their laws. Actually, a VA law requires that ballot language be neutral explanation. This is very clearly illegal. Because it's definitely not neutral. What do you mean restoring fairness? That's not neutral. That's highly manipulative. Distribution of information on proposed questions be submitted to voters. Whenever a statewide referendum on a matter other than the constitutional amendment is submitted to the voters by the General Assembly, the Board of State Elections shall cause to be printed and distributed to the General Registrar of each county and city, not less than 90 days prior to election, copies of information about the referendum to be placed at each registration site in sufficient number to provide a copy to any interested person, and to election officials be posted at the polling places on the day of the election. The State Board of the Elections also shall cause the information to be published by paid advertisement in each daily newspaper, with an average daily circulation of more than 50,000 in Virginia, and published in Virginia or in contiguous state district once during the week preceding the final day of registration, and once during the week preceding the referendum. The information, I hate reading legalese, it's so stuffy. The information shall contain the ballot question in either 1. A neutral explanation of not more than 500 words on the proposed question, or 2. A bond referendum of fiscal impact statement. The neutral explanation or the fiscal impact statement shall be presented in plain English, shall be limited to a neutral explanation, shall not present arguments by either proponents or proponents of the proposal. I think with the restoring fairness, not only is it not neutral, but I also feel like it's biased into one of the proponents. Because the Democrats want their own playing field specifically for them. For the restoring fairness works in their favor, right? But this whole gerrymandering rig is fairness for them, not the Republicans. Together. And if there's other laws apparently that they broke too, it's worth recapping just how many state laws Virginia Democrats violated in order to actually do this referendum. They kept the special session open for 2 years, pushed it through with early voting already underway in the last year's governor race, and failed to publish it 3 months before the election, which that last part was part of what we actually just wrote off there within the actual code. They wrote an extremely misleading ballot question, also in violation of the law, that claimed creating a 10 Democrat, 1 Republican map was a temporary measure to restore fairness in order to influence a particular result. And yet a referendum passing by less than 5 points would allow them to create a 10 Democrat and 1 Republican map and a state that voted for Kamala by 6 points. If only Republicans would use that power they gained ruthlessly to govern instead of lecturing us about norms and procedures. I hate the Republicans so much. Fucking know how to actually wield power. There. But because of the different problems within the question and how the votes all went down, the Virginia Circuit Court has ruled yesterday's redistricting vote is unconstitutional and issued an injunction blocking the results from being certified. So this is where, I was just reporting on the news about the gerrymandering, this would be a Vanda black pill. This would be highly depressing that the Democrats won and the Republicans have been completely taken over. They didn't actually bother with doing anything. Didn't actually bother funding anything because they spent so much time with the whole Paxton versus Corden and apparently the Texas Senate. Right? It just sucks overall. And then there's also the mail-in. There's also rumors, conspiracy theories of election mishandling. Oh my god, which we'll be getting into for a second. But the fact that even the Virginia Circuit Court is like, yeah, so this is actually kind of a problem here when you broke so many laws for this one thing. We're gonna step in and stop this from going through. At least at the moment. Now, it could still patently pass if the court loses. But I hope not.
Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger celebrating the win in yesterday's redistricting vote. Voters narrowly approving a new pro-Democrat congressional map in a controversial referendum that critics have slammed as a, quote, power grab. The outcome threatens the already very tight Republican House majority. Mark Meredith is live in Alexandria, Virginia with more on this. And Mark, that vote ended up pretty narrow.
Bill, it sure did a lot narrower than some people were expecting, and Virginia voters showed up in huge numbers to determine Tuesday's redistricting referendum. This morning, Democrats are celebrating the outcome, saying they're putting a check on President Trump's power, but Republicans say this is simply proof that Virginia has lost its way. More than three...
Like, how is this putting a check on Trump's power? I get that it just makes the GOP weaker, but, like... when you can literally see the tendrils coming out of one area for multiple districts as it winds around as it works, versus these are just actual blocks. Alright, actual little districts here. Okay, here's Richmond, here's Fairfax and Alexandria, here's the coastal ones. Okay, nothing too crazy. How is this, like, it's not blocking Trump's power, you're taking power for yourself. There's a difference.
3 million people cast their ballot in what you said was a narrowly defined race. However, voters chose to give the legislature power to redraw congressional maps before November's midterms. The new map is expected to take Republicans down from 5 congressional districts to 1.
And I think the whole voters, voted for this. Barely? When it's 49 to 51... I don't really think it's, oh, Virginia voted for this. Half of it Virginia did, but you're still leaving the other half that's been completely fucked over. I really hate that argument that voters voted for this. It's used all the time whenever, Democrats or, Labour, for example, wins in the UK. Or just basically any time that the progressive, severely left-leaning party wins. In basically any election ever. Because it's always just oh, well, you did it to yourselves. No, not really. Not in this case. 50% of the state voted against it. Labour had an abysmal turnout and still fucking won in Britain. If you want to go even further back, right? Let's go all the way back to the 60s, right? With the civil rights. Oh, a great pillar of American society, and how equality how equal we are. And how we always just want to promote fairness and give women's rights, and black people are people too, and other crazy statements. One, women didn't vote for the right in going in the workforce. They were heavily against it. It was a psyop. Most of them were actually against it. But then, believe it or not, the tiny hats were involved with the different lawyers. And they helped fund that and made that happen with politicians, even though, once again, women were against it. You can find interviews from that time period, and women were just being like, that's ridiculous. The women belong in the household. civil rights with desegregation literally forced by gunpoint. Literally forced at gunpoint for the desegregation to actually occur. People didn't actually vote to make this happen for a lot of things. And you can go back literal decades to see how this all has happened. And it just keeps on being opposed by them because there's either such a tight race like case of Virginia, there's some sussy wussy things occurring within the elections themselves like in 2020, or the demoralized as much as labor and British politics, or just or literally forced at gunpoint like with civil rights. Like you can find plenty of excuses, not actually excuses, sorry, explanations as to why things are and how the people have constantly, peacefully, here's the key thing, peacefully gone against what has been opposed upon them, but can't do anything about it because once again they are peaceful. Because the real solution, well, that's not so peaceful, and that's taboo. That is bad. Don't advocate for that because handling things peacefully is the right way. Carry on.
We heard from the chair of the National Republican Congressional Committee who wrote, Democrats can't redraw reality. This close margin reinforces that Virginia is a purple state that shouldn't be represented by a severe partisan gerrymander. Democrats say they felt emboldened to act after Republicans in Texas redistricted too. Governor Abigail Spanberger and former President Obama, they were the ones leading the effort in the Commonwealth. We heard from the former President Obama saying Republicans are trying to tilt the midterm elections in their favor, but they haven't done it yet.
Well, with the whole Texas redistricting, if I remember correctly, so I don't have the tabs pulled up for the maps, but if I remember correctly, the Texas GOP redistricting was not creating little squiggly lines across the board. They were creating bigger blocks, kind of like what Virginia's like, because the Democrats gerrymandered and made squiggly lines within Texas and connected the the cities there like Frisco and I think Austin together, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that. Let me look at my map. Dallas and Austin. Yeah, like, I remember correctly, the original map had Dallas and Austin connected, even though they're very far away. Like, this was, again, all the maps the Democrats have, all squiggly lines throughout it. Like, for example, like, I know we're in the middle of a video here, but, like, Illinois, for example. Illinois, look at that. What is this? What do you mean this whole purple section goes all the way, literally across the state, and then down south, and then across the state again? What is this? What is this? And then there's like this big yellow one going all the way around here. And then like there's all these little tiny little squiggly lines over in Chicago. Like what? Like every single map, whenever the Democrats get in charge to do gerrymandering, is this. I'm not saying Republicans are perfect, okay? I don't like the Republicans.
Is it the
but
Jews?
what's with the squiggly lines?
Is it the Jews?
Stop
I'm
with the
assuming it's
squiggly
the
lines,
Jews.
Democrats. We just want big blocks. That's how they're supposed to be.
Thanks for showing us what it looks like to stand up for our democracy and fight back. So Tuesday's outcome means, yes, that Democrats have a better shot now at taking the House come November, but other states are still weighing whether to redraw their maps. As Politico points out, pressure is now growing on Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to make up for Democrats' gains with a GOP-led redistricting effort in his state as soon as next week. And while voters decided here in Virginia, there is another X factor in all this, Bill.
But before he goes into about Virginia once again, like these red Republican states like Indiana, who are too cocked to actually do anything, or DeSantis in Florida, which I think he could possibly do something, because unfortunately DeSantis is way too loyal to the tiny little hats over, in the Middle East. But overall, he's still relatively good on various other things. I can see him actually doing something to fix this, because now we're getting to a war, right? Where Democrats are trying to gerrymander with their squiggly lines to create these new districts. And so if they're going to be playing with these dirty little rules and tricks that they're doing, the Republicans do the exact same too against them. Like now we're actually fighting fair. And even then, they don't even have to use squiggly lines based on some of the maps I've seen for like Alabama, for example. I really should have pulled it up. I'm sorry. I should have gotten more examples in general for this whole topic. But I saw some proposals for like Alabama, making that whole state literally red, the whole entire state of Alabama red with what they can redistrict for that state. And it still actually still looks relatively proper. There's no squiggly lines in that case. It is possible, but the GOP just have to have the balls to do it. And DeSantis might in Florida. Indiana Republicans obviously showed their true colors. I don't know about Alabama's case, but there's other red states out there that could probably do this if they wanted to.
The Virginia State Supreme Court is still deciding whether or not this will all be able to stand. There were multiple challenges to this redistricting referendum, including how the language on the ballot was written, and we are waiting to see what the court may decide next. Bill.
And depending on how they rule, all eyes will be on the state of Florida, as you mentioned.
Yep. And here's the little bit more details into what did I just do? I hit the space bar. Okay, I'm retarded. Here's more details into the judging, not the ruling here. The Republican appointed Virginia judge has struck down the Democrat-backed. Okay, let me restart, because there are times of charm. A Republican-appointed Virginia judge has struck down the Democrat-backed redistricting amendment in full, ruling it unconstitutional and void from the start. All votes from the April 21st special election are now invalid, and the state is permanently blocked from using or implementing the new maps. Of course, Attorney General Jay Jones said he'll immediately file an appeal. Just a friendly reminder when it comes to Attorney General Jay Jones of Virginia. He is the black man who had leaked text messages talking about how he wants his Republican opposition, her kids to be killed. Actually murdered. Because she's a Republican in the opposition. And why Democrats winning in Virginia with their most recent elections that happened a couple months ago, he also got the Attorney General spot. He's a great dude. 10 out of 10 recommend. Totally reasonable person that you want an Attorney General as your fucking state. Let's see. In Circuit Court of Tazewell County, final judgment. Having considered plaintiff's motion for final judgment in the record in this case, the court grants final judgment in plaintiff's favor on all counts of verified complaint, declares that HJR 6007 is void ab initio because it violated House Joint Resolution 428 and House Joint Resolution 6001, and any action taken thereon is invalid expansion of the General Assembly's call to the governor for the 2024 special session. Declares that HJR 6007 is a void ab initio because it violated Virginia Constitution Article 12(1), as there has not been ensuing a general election in the House of Delegates, and such ensuing and general election cannot occur until 2027. Declares that because Virginia Code 3013 has not been complied with, the votes on the proposed constitutional amendment taken during the 2026 regular session of the General Assembly are ineffective of being the second vote of the General Assembly under Virginia Constitution Article 12(1). Declares that HB 1384 violates the submission clause of VA Constitution Article 12(1) because the ballot language proposed in HB 1384 submits to the voters a flagrantly misleading question to the voters, and because the ballot language did not accurately describe the proposed amendment as it passed by the General Assembly. I love legal language. It is totally not hard for my pea brain to read out loud at all. I'm too Zoomer for this. Declares that HB 1384 violates the timing clause of Virginia Constitution Article 12(1) because it submitted to the proposed amendment to the voters for early voting March 6, 2026, which is sooner than the required 90 days after passage of HJ4 by the General Assembly. Declares that HB 1384 violates the form of laws clause Virginia Constitution Article 4:12, both because it embraces more than one subject and because this title is not accurately described as subject matter. Declares that HB 1384 violates Virginia Constitutional Article 4:14 as it requires mandatory satellite offices in a precise way that the requirement is drawn from the powers of the General Assembly, and that the legislative body is prohibited to enact a local, special, or private laws from destination of places of voting. Declares that any and all votes that for or against proposed constitutional amendment in the April 21st, 2026 special election are ineffective. finds that all plaintiffs have standing to obtain the declaratory and permanent injunctive relief sought in the verified complaint. Finds that the equities weigh in favor of permanent injunctive relief. The plaintiffs have no adequate remedy at all, and the plaintiffs will be irreparably harmed absent permanent injunctive relief because of numerous violations of constitutional amendment process, and because Congressman Klein and Griffith will be irreparably harmed by their districts changing at this juncture. Please don't tell me there's more. Okay. I'm reading it out because I feel like actual reading the legalese is important. But I think I'm gonna stop there out of pure laziness and because I'm retarded. Basically, they done fucked up. Okay, the Democrats pushed a bit too far and they didn't get the courts and within their racket like they should have in advance. To be fair, as a Republican appointed Virginia judge specifically, which once again goes based off the party lines. Thank God the actual Republicans are actually doing something. It's a miracle. Woo! It must be Sunday, the Lord's Day, for that to happen. And yeah, they did a lot of fucky wuppies here because of how many laws they broke to actually push this through. So there is a good chance that this whole gerrymandering thing can just go out the window, which would be great. Because if I started out the news like it was last night when I was gathering my tabs, it would have been just a black pill. But with the court trying to actually go against this, there's a chance. Obviously, it could be struck down and can go ahead with a gerrymandering. But I think they're at least based off my understanding. And not like I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not a Virginian, so I'm definitely not a Virginian lawyer, right? But based off my understanding, they seem to have a pretty strong case, and now it's just a matter of, okay, what the Democrats can do, what shenanigans they can pull to make the case, make their way, essentially, because they do it all the time, do it all the fucking time, and I don't trust them one bit, especially when there are allegations of voter fraud with this as well. But first off, I know I got super chats. I know Masad was calling me. Excuse me. I might not be too happy about me reporting about the SPLC being paying me specifically. I'm sorry. I was trying to get money from other sources. Okay, I'm a whore. I like having as much money as possible. Thank you, Cute Kitty Clan. With no specific letters being used to type those words out whatsoever for the $20 reduce. Thank you. Cute girls in Klansman robes is hella underrated. Low-key better than the cute girls in SS uniforms, especially when they have huge tits that stretch out the robes near the chest. That shit is Jimmy. 5 nights in Charlottesville fun. You know what? I can kind of see that. Just because of the fact the SS uniforms are, like, kind of overdone. I say kind of, because, listen. Those uniforms are fucking top-notch, and every single time I see a handsome white man and one of them, I just immediately start drooling. Women, not as much, because, like, I get all women are bisexual and everything like that, but I don't know, the tits kind of ruin it for me personally. I like how uniform it is, and how straight and tight and just, I don't know, it is on a man versus a woman. Versus the Klan's robes are a little bit more droopy. And so when she's got huge tits, it actually makes, like, normally if you don't have big enough tits, then you just look like you're wearing a trash bag instead. And you look all frumpy and really fat. But when you have the big tits that make it stretch out, then it actually shows you have assets. And actually hugs your body a lot more and shows your form. But not too sluttily, like if you're wearing like nothing at all, like a bikini. It's like just the right amount. So you know what? I can see the logic behind this. I can see the logic behind this myself. Okay? Now I kind of want to get art, like actual official art of me in a Klan's robe. That would be fucking hilarious. SSO uniforms are made for men, was why it doesn't look completely right enough. Wait, thank you. I'm glad somebody kind of understands where I'm coming from aesthetically. Ah. Okay, chat. I think we should demand a vote. What would a mall look better in? A pointy white hat. Oh, sorry. A pointy white hooded robes with a stylish and spicy Hugo Boss. I'll let you go decide. There, because, I already have art of me with the Hugo Boss. So, there. Both is good. Great Wizardmite. You know what? Maybe I'll reach out to Alucard and I just like, hey, can you do like a quick little like piece of me wearing a clan's hood? Hold on, now I'm gonna message him. I'm like, like, I wonder if he can do it even tonight. He's pretty fast. Oh, okay. Hold on, I'm gonna do that right now. Ayo, Alucard. This is super last minute, but I'm live on stream and I had the greatest idea. Could you draw me a something? So I don't even know what pose. Can you draw me a quick sketch of my character wearing the lance robe for no particular reason at all? Emergency, I need Cool Kids Club drawing. Yes. Oh. Triple K's with the double D's. Oh, make the pointy hat P.E.P.E themed. I don't know. I kind of want to like maybe I can get him to do like 2 alternate versions of it. But because the P.E.P.E theme would be funny. But I have an idea. If he can get it done tonight, I don't know. This is super fucking last minute, and usually I don't like do things like literally the night before, right? But if I can be like if he can get it like done possibly tonight, I can use that for Twitter purposes, and that would be fucking hilarious, and I would love that dearly, actually. Southern mommy, dom, clanswoman, amalgamite. Ayo, hold on, wait a second. I'm not a dommy mommy, okay? I want a man to take care of me, not me take care of him. Well, I'll take care of him, but not in that way. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Anyways, mine is the fact that I'm joining the Ku Klux Klan, and I'm not even getting paid for it. Virginia. So, to start wrapping up the Virginia topic here, there are some allegations, some sussy-wussy things of possible voter fraud. Now, once again, for YouTube's sake, you know, I know it's been 6 years since the 2020 elections, and the YouTube's kind of lightened up on their policy with this kind of stuff, but this is just allegations. It's a conspiracy theory. I'm not actually saying it's literally the case, but, you know, I just figured this is an alternative opinion that people do have out there that, you know, since I am a free speech absolutist borderline, and someone who wants free expression of thought, I want to just make sure every voice is heard. So, there was an F-curb at 8:59 p.m. that was actually preceded by a near F-curb at 8:43. These 2 updates wiped away with what had been a decent lead for no redistricting. Interestingly, at 9:16, there's another big F jump for yes. From my analysis, most of the votes from all 3 of these came from Fairfax County, one from Virginia's most reliable manufacturing voting hubs. My old pet peeves, totals going down rather than up, was way too frequent. 23 counties had at least one case of negative votes, including Chesterfield's whopping 71,903 deduction at 10:45 this morning, April 22nd. Oh my god, the numbers and I are not getting along right now. I'm sorry. But still, 71, almost 72,000 deduction right there this morning. Just out of nowhere, just gone. Augusta had 11,968 deduction at 10:18. A whopping 13 counties had deductions in the same report at 7:41 p.m. on the 21st for a total of 18,476. That is not acceptable and needs explained. Other than, well, these numbers aren't official, they were official enough to show in the news. And of course, the referendum was ultimately lost because of mail-in votes. About 10% of the total was mail-in, and about 73% were yes. We have no way of knowing how many of these were real people casting a vote for themselves, but they added net 137,000 votes for yes, and that was almost 50,000 more than the currently reported winning margin for yes. Excuse me. The same applies for the election of Commissar Spanberger. In summary, the completely preventable train wreck. I hope the Republican leaders in Virginia are now convinced that mail-in ballots and machine counting are not our friends. I also hope they start asking the hard questions about counties like Chesterfield. It's going to be easiest to read this, shrug, and move on. Please don't. Please forward on, especially if you know people in Virginia. But the same thing can happen in every other state, and eventually if it's not stopped. Yeah. Like, it's really easy to do such things in swing states. It'd be like, oh, it's a purple state, sometimes it's Democrat, sometimes Republican, no big deal, whoop-de-doo, right? Versus, like, hard red states is a little bit more suspicious. But, I mean, look at this. Look at that jump. Does that look like anybody who was around for the 2020 election? Does that look suspicious from, suspicious to you? Look familiar at all? Where there's a decent gap between them, and then all of a sudden it's whoop! Oh, wow! Magically, they're basically at the same track. Oh, whoop! Oh, now they're above. Oh, okay, whoop! Oh, Jesus Christ! Now they're winning and in the lead. Oh, God. Now this last one here with the Fairfax dumps that he has on this chart, this is the one where I'm like, okay, well, you see, technically they're kind of in line together because you see this one rises when this one rises, and this one plateaus when this one plateaus, and it rises when this one rises once again. Like, they do kind of follow, like, roughly the same pattern at this point. But it's these two right here where there's massive jumps that just come literally out of nowhere. Like, there's a steady rise. They're both following roughly the same patterns as lines, more or less. Which makes sense. That's how voting is supposed to work. And all of a sudden, whoop! Whoop! Oh, okay. Well, now we're winning. And here's the last little push right here just to make sure it's insured. I don't know. It looks a bit sussy-wussy to me personally, but that's just my opinion, right? That's just my game theory here. Just my game theory. And once again, just shoots up really crazy, trying to completely overtake him in Fairfax County. Which in Fairfax, it makes sense they voted for yes for this because it's blue. But just the big jumps that kind of happen here and just completely overtake, just magically disappearing. Roughly around the same time as these. Just doesn't really make sense. And then here's what he's talking about with these deductions too. That occurred with like Chesterfield. Just like current total. 149,959. Previous total 221,862. Yeah, that's a big difference. What do you mean the previous total was 71,000 off? Okay then. Okay. That seems a bit strange. Yeah. Sorry, courts say we can't audit elections because that reduces faith in elections. Imagine, funny how that works, isn't it? And then like early and person voting was 50.8 to 49.2 yes. The election day in person was 54.5 to 45.5 no. And then so like they're still roughly the same, roughly the same for how they're going to be voting, then all of a sudden the mail-in ones, there's like 72.5% to 27.5% yes. Okay. Like, now, the argument with mail-in voting is that the people who are likely to use mail-in voting are the ones that are going to be voting Democrats. Obviously, mail-in voting was supposed to be just for the military people overseas, but has expanded to like the elderly and those in like hospice care, or those with like that's stuck at home, you know, disabled, or various other like special things. And you can actually apply for getting mail-in votes as well if you live out of state, just in general, various things like that. And the people who are more likely to do mail-in voting are those that are going to be voting Democrat. So there is technically an argument there. But it is funny how, which allegedly was Spanberger's election earlier this year, which I can't verify. I don't remember hearing that part. And then obviously in 2020, which I do definitely remember, because I was working at the gas station back then when it came to 2020, and I would close, right? And so as I was closing, I was watching, I believe, it was either Sargon or the Lotus Eaters, depending on what the time period was when the Lotus Eaters were acting, doing the election live stream. And, you know, and going to bed, like, excited, being like, yeah, we're winning. I was scrolling on Parler, of all places, before that shit got shut down. I'm like, yeah, we're going to win. Trump's going to get his second election. Hell yeah. And then I wake up, and then I hop on Parler, and I see, wait, Trump lost? What? Where did this come from? Before I went to bed, I stayed up late. I stayed up late because I had to close the gas station. I didn't get home and go to bed till like 1 or 2 a.m. No, apparently 3 a.m. is when the ballot drops happened, so I didn't stay up late enough. And I woke up to find, oh, there's just a gigantic F, just a whoop. Oh, okay. I see these videos of these white vans. I see, and then these people boarding up windows and everything. Wow, this... Oh, and we're stopping counting? Oh, what's happening here? What the fuck? Like, yes, the Great Fortification, and yes, the Great Fortification. Holy shit. And then they had the audacity. They had the audacity to come out like 6 months later with the Times, or was it the New York Times? I always get the two confused. One of the two had an article talking about the fortification of the 2020 election, where they literally talk about, I'm not joking, talking about how they fortified the 2020 election. But the details of the article are talking about how they worked with Apple, Google, and other big businesses, Facebook, to help direct online traffic to go for the Democrats, how they funded various things, how they funded people at the polling stations and stuff like that to help fortify the elections against Trump's evil demon powers, basically. And it's just like, what is this? What are you talking about? And that article went away with no problems. So it's like, yeah, we 6 months later, yeah, we fortified the elections. No big deal. Nothing you can do about it. That's all it was. And that's all it was. It was Time magazine? Okay, thank you, chat. But next time I bring it up, and I'm gonna forget too, because I get Time and New York Times confused all the time. I get the Time and the New York Times confused all the time. Yeah. The Secret History of the Shadow Campaign that saved the 2020 election. That's the name of it. I thought they called it something different, because they use the word fortification a lot. But maybe they changed the title because they realized that saying the fortification doesn't actually help their propaganda after all. When people are like, yeah, no, that's still just stealing. But this reminds me of that. Same with the mail-in votes. I just don't trust it. Just don't fucking trust it. But hey, at least the court is possibly doing something. I mean, not possibly. They literally have stopped. So like, you know, this going through. They have literally stopped the gerrymandering. At least now. It has to actually go to court. Which of course the Attorney General Jay Jones will be fighting against it. So there is a chance that the Democrats could still win if they, well, win in court. But I think excuse me, I think there's a chance that this could be stopped. It doesn't stop the change. It doesn't change the fact that Virginia is now democratically held, and it's not going well for them based off how Spanberger is just ruining the state. But this is at least a positive thing overall. Looks way different than I remember though. They really changed it. You can probably go back in the Wayback Machine or another archive link and find various versions of it, because I knew it, like, even though nothing actually happened, I can't remember if even Shrup even acknowledged the article, but I remember the Lotus Eaters covering it, and I was just aghast at it, well, as Callum and Sargon were reading it out, and I'm just like, what is this? What do you mean? I was so livid. Like, I was so, back in 2020, I was so filled with anger, right? Like, chat, you think I'm angry now when I talk about women or blacks or various other things, when I start, like, you know, crashing out about whatever occurs. And I don't crash out that often, but I mean, it does happen, right? But you should have seen me in 2020 between the election, the COVID shutdown, and Black Lives Matter. Oh, I was one raging tiny 5-1 ball of fury. Like, I was just a whole flame, just a fireball, just ready to shoot out like a cannon at anything that would strike. Like, I was so upset, so fucking pissed off for like for a couple of years straight, just because it's just, first you had the elections rigged. And, well, I guess there was also the COVID shutdown. And then the elections were being rigged. And then Black Lives Matter. And all this was happening at once. And things were just getting worse and worse and worse. And then Biden brought all these illegals in. And then just the taxes and just everything about it. I was just like, I just want to burn the whole entire world down. But then I didn't. And then I chilled out. And I'm better now, believe it or not. I am much more calmer than I was 6 years ago. Pretty normal, I say. I mean, understandable if you're actually paying attention during that time period. I think a lot of people were pretty upset about it. And so it was a huge wake-up call for people, including me, even though I've been involved with politics for so long before that. Just the big fat L's that were raping our insides and being shoved up our intestines and through our mouth, one after the other, just non-stop being gang raped by the shit that was going down for the first few years of 2020, the decade of 2020. Just, yeah, I'll never forget. I will never forget that. I mean, I'll probably forget different details about it. I'll get different things, like, inaccurate as I try to recall based off my horrible memory. But I'll never forget the damage they've done. Just simply within a couple years time period. Wordsmith this woman is. I know, I'm a poet. And speaking of being a poet, I'm heading to my new job with the Southern Poverty Law Center here. This is why I wanted to say the SPLC thing for the latter half of stream. Because I love this meme so much. There's other good memes that have come out about this too, but I'm just... This is how I feel. This is just how I fucking feel right now. I wanted to... When I said earlier about how I wanted to put my avatar in the clan hoodie and the AI wouldn't let me, this is what I was talking about. I uploaded this picture in the grok, and I was just like, yeah, put this into Amalgamyte, onto Amalgamyte, the same pose. Like, I wanted to replicate this one-to-one with my actual model with, like, via AI. And it wouldn't let me because for hate crime purposes. And then I got upset that I was trying to jailbreak it with the capirotes instead, so I had to redo my session and just go straight with the capirotes or whatever the fuck they're called, the Spanish and Italian Catholic garments instead. Like, cause I was like, the whole entire time I was thinking like, making my way downtown, walking fast. Too many blacks passed in my hometown. You just gotta gaslight the AI into making it. That's kind of what I was trying to do. And then I tried to use like Canva Photoshop because Canva recently updated, and so it has a bunch of tools that Photoshop now has, but it does use AI for it. Because I don't have Photoshop myself, and I couldn't get it right, and so I was just like, okay, well we're just gonna try this again, just redo the session, just do this, okay, like good enough. I give up. I spent like half an hour on this. Is being the clan even illegal? Grok definitely shouldn't have let you do that. Shake my head. It's because of the hate crime. It's because of the hate symbols and everything like that. The little pointed cap is too short. The cross on there, just the whole context. Even when I put the caparotes in, it still wasn't too happy originally until I refreshed the session, and I made it very clearly and I had to use pictures with Catholic symbols. I couldn't just have just the caparotes in Spain just hanging out pictures, because if you look them up on Google, you can find that kind of stuff. No, I had to actually find one with Catholic symbols, with like not just the cross on there, but like an actual ornate cross and like other like religious monument stuff within the picture too for it to accept it. You should try Stable Diffusion's zero censorship. I don't know how to use it. I know people have recommended it, and I do want to get more into AI myself, but I am not good with tech. I am a boomer in a zoomer's body, and I just fucking struggle with it. So I need like a tutorial or something, and I just haven't gotten around to like watching one. And on top of it too, like I've heard this complaint before from other people who do dabble in AI, but my model, since I am in a, dare I say, amalgamation, my model's a mess. With the horns and the ears and the wings and the tail and then the stars and the moon and the whole outfit in general too. Like, it's a mess, which is the point of it. Problem is, AI doesn't like that as much. There. Also, I realized I missed a super chat. My apologies. A big hello. Thank you for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just found out there's funny name taxes such as the Federal Unemployment Tax Act, or FUTA for short. There's no way that's an accident. I would probably say it's an accident because politicians are retarded. Like, they're not terminally online to our detriment, because if they were terminally online, I feel like they would actually be better and represent us a lot more. They're just like, okay, whatever. They only do it on purpose when it's actually supposed to mock people. Like with that amnesty bill that fucking spick in Florida is pushing through, the whole Dignity Act. Well, she worded it in a way that spelled dignidad, which is the Spanish word for dignity. Just to spit on our faces even more. Yeah, fuck that cunt. Anyways. Oh, Alucard responded about me with the clan hood. Okay, just the character to post on Twitter as a shitpost. Accidental caps. Thank you so much. Alright, so last minute, but this would be so funny. Oh, I'm gonna send him this picture. See if he can replicate this. Think you can replicate this. There we go. Awesome. Cause I don't know why I like this picture so much. I think it's because of like how he saunters down the hallway, the briefcase in hand. You know, just so proudly standing with his hoodie on and everything like that. Just and then also the caption, heading to my new job at the Southern Poverty Law Center, and how elegant the background is too. And then the people in the background being so confused and even getting their phones out about it. Like, this whole picture is just a work of art. It's just a work of art. I would just, yeah. Bigotry inked. Turns out our Soros was voting both sides. I'm not that surprised, frankly. I'm not that surprised. Like, it's been speculated that these different groups are infiltrated by feds anyways, right? Well, apparently it's not feds. It's NGOs, which are basically feds at this point. Like, they're supposed to be called non-government, right? That's what the NGOs are, non-government organization. But they always seem to have ties with the government in the end. That works within their favor. It's kind of strange how that works. Okay, one last thing I want to send to Alucard real quick. And then I'll continue with stream. My apologies. I just listen, chat. I'm not very clever. I'm not good at shit posting because of it. But I have a really idea right now, and I just want this to be perfect. I would like to complete this. So okay, there we go. Okay, the actual news here about the SPLC. Jokes aside about the about itself. The DOJ charges the Southern Poverty Law Center, SPLC, with wire fraud, false statements, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. The SPLC secretly funneled $3 million plus dollars in donor funds to violent racist extremist groups such as the Ku Klux Klan, American Nazi Party, Aryan Nation, United Klans of America, Unite the Right. Ooh, I wonder what that could possibly be. Don't worry, I got tabs about it. National Alliance, National Socialist Movement, Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, and American Front. Chat, I know I got some spicy motherfuckers in there. If you have joined any of these movements, I hate to say it, but I think you've been psyoped. And you yourself might be a fed. The hide the payments, SPLC allegedly opened bank accounts under fictitious entities to conceal the source and control of donor funds. And then it starts repeating some various things. What Cash Patel actually makes a video statement about, so we'll actually watch what he says. I don't like reading out tweets that basically just repeat what the video says when you can just listen to the video, and I get to see the Indian man with the deer face. Just like, oh! The headlights are on again!
Massive sweeping indictment has been charged with allegations of fraud and using the banking system to perpetrate that fraud. I just want to talk about a couple of brief things here. The Southern Poverty Law Center themselves advertise to raise money to dismantle violent extremist groups for a period of at least a decade. They use their donor network to raise money to purportedly dismantle violent extremist groups. However, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, used the money they raised from their donor network to actually pay the leadership of these very groups. I just want to say that again. They used the fraudulently raised money by lying to their donor network, thousands of Americans, to go ahead and actually pay the leadership of these supposed violent extremist groups. The groups, as the general laid out, include the Ku Klux Klan, the United Klans of America, Unite to Right, National Alliance, the National Socialist Movement, the Aryan Nation Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, and also the American Front. In at least one of these matters, our investigation revealed that funds were used to facilitate the commission of further state and federal offenses, totaling over $3 million.
To laugh at this, just like... I remember back in the day after Gamergate, when Gamergate devolved into more politics in general, where you get your SJWs and your anti-SJWs, and Trump got into office and various other things, right? There was a phrase, and I'm gonna misquote it here, but there was a really popular term where, like, the left is creating the monsters. They're on monsters, right? Because there was genuine worry, especially with the whole phrase of the alt-right pipeline, right? Always hear about the alt-right pipeline, how Sargon of Akkad is turning people into Nazis. Oh my god! I know Arch recently did a video talking about the alt-right playbook, which is a leftist video dialogue that talks about how the alt-right pipeline works, and it's just absolute insanity. And Arch did a video deconstructing it and how it is like 10 years later. I recommend checking it out. And but you would see all these people who would have very little actually in common with each other. Because keep in mind that the political spectrum like 10 years ago, a lot of people were not this far right as they are today, including myself. But then you get lumped in with people like Richard Spencer. It was a joke nowadays, but he was a pretty popular figure. He was supposed to be the literal Nazi white nationalist then, and a lot of people disavowed him because, that was considered bad. Uh, Excuse me. And so, therefore, the fear with the whole people kept on disavowing the alt right pipeline, like people of Sargon. And I'm going to use him as a reference since I am such a big fan of him, and he is my main political commentator I watched during that time period. Because it's just like, no, like, I'm against all this stuff. I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not a Nazi. I'm not a racist. I just don't think, that black people should get hired over white people for diversity purposes, or women should be in video games for diversity purposes, and various things like that. Very, like, milquetoast, centrist, civnat, like, things. Because once again, this is 10 years ago. And, but there was a genuine fear that the left would be creating the monsters that they keep on talking about, because of the fact they keep on pushing this and pushing this and pushing this. And that does make people go more extreme when you constantly label them as a Nazi when they're not a Nazi, accusing them of doing things that they're not actually doing. Eventually, they will turn around and swing at you to make you shut up. And, well, turns out the left was literally creating the monsters, actually, physically, not just by making people more extreme with how horrible their dialogue was and the things they were pushing upon society, like transing kids and letting all the illegals in, or the gays, sodomize young children and various other things. No, it turns out they literally, physically, were funding these far right groups themselves. they created their own monsters.
Furthermore, our investigation revealed that the Southern Poverty Law Center, on top of perpetuating this widespread, decade-long, multi-million-dollar fraud, conducted more criminal activity. They attempted to hide their criminal activity from our financial banking network. They set up shell companies and entities around America so that the financial institutions that we rely on as everyday Americans were deceived in believing that money was not coming from the Southern Poverty Law Center in the perpetration of this scheme and fraud, but rather fictitious entities they stood up to perpetuate this ongoing fraud. This is a serious and egregious violation of a group that purported to dismantle violent extremist groups, but in turn actually only fueled the hatred. This is an important case brought by President Trump's administration. We're thankful to the president for his leadership and funding of not just the FBI and DOJ, but his commitment to go out there and wipe out fraud and conspiracy and waste and abuse wherever it occurs, including the Southern Poverty Law Center. Even though this money was made to appear to be coming from legitimate people and legitimate entities, we at the FBI, with our great partners at the Department of Justice and in the state of Alabama, were able to comb through a decade worth of material, a scheme that took a decade to build, so that we were able to follow the money, because money never lies, and they got caught. As the Attorney General said, these charges are varying, they are widespread and wide-ranging, and this investigation is very much ongoing. Today we're here to announce the charges of the Southern Poverty Law Center, and this investigation and the individuals who are responsible will be brought to justice. Thank you, General.
And because of this statement, there are people that now think that like something like Patriot Front is a Fed group. There's lots of tweets like this. I mean, this one got like what, almost 1 million views about this with a 66,000 likes, etc., etc. Now, I don't know about Patriot Front myself, personally. I've heard they're actually legit from many people that I do generally kind of trust for these things. And they're not the ones listed here. So I'll say, I'm kind of go like 50-50 on this. You know, I don't know if it truly is, they truly are or not. I'm personally going to stay away just to be on the safe side, because I do not trust the government. And I barely don't trust the SPLC. I mean, not like I really ever did, but still. But the problem with this now, as funny as it is that the SPLC was funding all these different groups and causing all these problems, and then the whole Charlottesville thing, which we'll get into in a second, it does undermine the right at the same time. Because it's very hard to have a pro-white, pro-American group or party or system in place that actually benefits them, that are not get called feds, like in this case a Patriot Fund, or apparently funded by the SPLC. And it sucks, because I do wish there was a genuine pro-white, pro-American group that we could all kind of like get together and, you know, work and organize to actually push for the mass immigration being severely reduced and completely taken care of. You know, get rid of the fucking gay shit from America as well, and various other things that I constantly promote on my streams. But it's also very hard to trust these organizations, because there's constantly ops and accusations of them being feds, and 9 times out of 10 there's usually some sort of fed operation happening in them. In this case, the SPLC, which I'm still going to kind of label that under the Fed umbrella because of how close the SPLC does work with Democrats. To the point where they sponsor every single Democrat. They work with Act Blue and Soros. Like they're all part of one giant web, interconnecting each other within the Democrat side of things to purposely subvert and ruin America. So. And we also know that the ADL works with the FBI and the CIA. And ADL is obviously a different group than the SPLC, but it's within the same vein of NGO groups that work for, quote-unquote, minorities. And push progressivism and intersectionality. And it's just really hard to trust these groups because of it. Because if I don't know, like there was I can't say any of these parties apparently. These groups. But, like, just, I don't know. It's just hard to trust them. Just because the SPLC pays someone doesn't mean they're compromised, though. Why not take people's money? Because there is let me bring up one of the cases. I have a ton of tabs about this in particular. Where's this one that I had? Here we go. So like the American Nazi Party, for example. So in the indictment, the F-30-led National Socialist Party of America was the former director of a faction of Aryan nations and former member of the Ku Klux Klan. The SPLC website contained extremist file webpage for F-30 from which the SPLC solicited donations. Between 2014 and 2016, the SPLC secretly paid F-30 more than $70,000. This overlapped with the time period in which F-30 was featured on SPLC's extremist files page. And then here is Paul Mullet, who is a neo-Nazi, supposedly, and Christian identity adherent with long history of theft. He's been involved with the Knights of Ku Klux Klan and the Aryan Nations, and formed the American National Socialist Party in 2010. So there's, here's a former director of faction of Aryan Nation and former member of the Ku Klux Klan. There are connections here that definitely makes these different groups suspicious. Now, obviously, sympathize a bit more than, I probably should admit publicly with a certain Austrian painter. But there's a difference between being able to do that publicly and going the full mile for different things and actually defending these groups just because it looks like half of them got psyops. Especially in the case, because the year for this is 2014 to 2023. The mood, the change in the culture, and maybe I'm biased because I am siloed, right? Everyone's siloed within the different aspects of the internet. It's done on purpose with how the algorithm works, right? So it could be my bias there, but also from being a normie at the same time, interacting with people for real people during this time period too. Between 2014 and let's say in 2023, most people would actively disavow this in public and in private because the sentiment was not there. It's only been the past few years, ever since Elon bought Twitter, and the censorship has been decreased significantly, and that people are starting to wake up and realize about certain aspects that we've been lied to about since the end of World War II. Obviously not everyone. I know a few of you in chat have been long-term believers themselves, and you know what, good for you. I'm glad that you're smarter than I and many others. But from 2014 to 2023, I don't think the genuine mood was there, except for people who were useful idiots. I don't say, okay, maybe not useful idiots, not the right term. People who've been kind of on already the more extremes of society in general to just try to join a group like this when it was so taboo back in 2014. Like, we're talking about a whole different time period here. It's been 12 years, and a lot has changed in 12 years. Oh, here's my sincere take on the Southern Poverty Law Center. They are a bit like the homeless aid charities, that in fact they achieve their stated goals, the fat paychecks for the people can at the top vanish, and they can't have that. Yeah, I'll probably say that. And the thing is, too, like, I'm sure there probably were some genuine people within this, and maybe some of the leaders are genuine, too. If it's not, I know it's not, like, all of the people within these groups that are being paid, right? Not the whole entire thing. But obviously a decent enough chunk. And specifically from the SPLC as informants, when they're not even just beyond informants, they were, like, with the United the Right. It was an Alex Jones conspiracy that it was funded by them. It turns out it was accurate. It makes it hard to trust organizations like this, and it's very unfortunate, especially now that things are changing. And there's like that the white only community in Arkansas. That guy, he does seem genuine. At least, you know, from what I can tell, appearances can be deceiving. But based on the interviews and his Twitter posts and the improvements that he's been able to do within his own little town in Arkansas, like, it actually looks like it is a genuine movement, and it hopefully doesn't get psyoped by the feds. But usually that does occur, and so it makes people nervous. The moment the money runs out, the group meeting are going to be the leader and the cleaning lady. I guess we'll see, because I mean, when it comes with the Nazi party and the socialist movement, I could see some people picking up those torches. Based off how the current winds are blowing at the moment. The rest, not so much. Not so much here. He seems genuine, but the people there can't make Thanksgiving dinner to save their lives. Did they really fail at making Thanksgiving dinner? That sucks. But then again, I know their community just started, so maybe this year they'll be better. Where was I within this? Here are the actual breakdown of the different money. The Justice Department announces indictment against Southern Poverty Law Center. Our indictments alleges SPLC secretly funded more than $3 million in funds and members of white supremacist and extremist groups. Here we go. 1. National Alliance affiliate paid $1 million plus. Aryan Nations affiliate paid $300,000 plus. Unite the Right member paid $270,000 plus. Former National Alliance chairman paid 140,000 plus. Excuse me. Hopefully you didn't hear that, but you probably did. Former KKK members, a $73,000 plus. An American Front president and felon. Well, there we go. There's the president. There's one leader of a group, right? Paid 19,000 plus. In the case of American Front, if I'm correct, right? Correct. Once again, chat, you can correct me where I'm wrong, because I'm often wrong. American Front's actually a split of Patriot Front. So, on one hand, it's good that it's a split. On the other hand, still not exactly a good look for Patriot Front, but at least it's a split, so that's what matters. And keep in mind, this is what a SPLC is. This is their actual website here. So we got a brown man standing there, a beacon of hope for 55 years. Southern Poverty Law Center stands as a beacon of hope, fighting white supremacy and various forms of injustice to help create a multiracial democracy where we can all live and thrive. Today calls for us to maintain and resolve in the face of another fight for justice. And here's some of their core things. We defend racial justice issues, strengthening in democracy and voting rights, with a fucking Muslim woman there. Dismantling white supremacy, with a black woman with her fist in the air, to one of the statues from the Civil War. Ending unjust imprisonment. Eliminating poverty and economic inequality, aka all black privileges. Not even rights, black privileges. Like, the strengthening democracy and voting rights is just more democratic gerrymandering, like we covered in the beginning of the stream. Dismantling white supremacy is just meaning that we're just going to eradicate whites. Any unjust imprisonment means more blacks on the street, like there's already not enough of those locusts. Eliminating poverty and economic inequality, still just letting more blacks on the street, because they're still locusts. So, you know, just... This is a horrible group. I would not fucking put it past them to do such things like this, especially when they do have such strong connections with the Democrats. And here is the one of their members with an interview, and on his wall was written a note tracing the decline of America's white population. Which the clip himself isn't really saying much of anything worthwhile, but I'll play it just for authenticity's sake, and then I'll pause for the actual paper.
And my bosses insisted that we move out of the house for a week. You know, at one point I was notified last year by a letter from a federal court in New York State that a certain guy could.
Like I said, the clip doesn't really say anything worthwhile. However, the fact that it's got a little notepad tagged here says non-Hispanic whites, something of U.S. proportion of U.S. population. 1920, 90%. 1940, 90%. 1960, 85%. 1980, 79%. 2000, 69%. 2012, 64%. 2013, 63%. 2015, 62%. And now that we're in the year of our Lord 2026, it's around like 55%. And yes, he is a member of the Happy Merchant tribe, believe it or not. Who could have guessed that? Who could have guessed that the Happy Merchants are, well, ecstatic that the whites are declining? They literally are calculating this because they hate white people. Yeah, great group. No wonder they actually want to help fund, whether they be informants or actual members, for things like this, so they can justify themselves. There are still normies who don't know about the notepad or the J cushion. Well, that's because they're normies. That's the whole point of normies, is that they don't know this shit. They keep their head in their sand, and just carry on with their lives. They wake up, get their Starbucks, go to their worthless daycare job, and then go home, play video games. Actually, no. They don't even bother playing video games at that point. I mean, I guess some do. No, most gamers are either troons or actual political right-leaning guys because of Gamergate. Oh yeah, so they just go home, take care of their family, or just scroll on TikTok and just go back to sleep and wake up the next day. That's just how normies are, unfortunately. All because we burned down their stupid fucking temple. True and real. Sorry, Alucard's gonna ask me a question. Here is inserting my character into the meme. There we go. They watch goalie ball after work. True. If it's not football, then it's basketball. If it's not basketball, then it's racing, NASCAR. If it's not NASCAR, then I don't know what else it is actually. So I don't watch the sports balls myself. Our positions must appeal to normies, which is why peaceful mythologies must be endorsed. I agree. That's why whenever Nick Shirley and Tyler Oliveira has a controversy with one of their videos, specifically when it came to the Indians and the tiny hats, that's why I kept saying through that time period where you have to appeal to the normies. Because they have to make it normie friendly, and then once you make it normally friendly, then they can be like, oh wait, why is this happening? And it's a slow process to kind of get them converted that way. Let's see here. Going public was a bad idea, huh? Oh, Charlottesville? Okay. I was just like, what do you mean? Who's going public? What? What company? I don't know the companies. Also, why won't you give me little... What's this? What's this tab? I'm losing my tabs now. Okay, before we actually get into the Charlottesville specifically Charlottesville, because it's its own specific can of worms. Other than the Jeet speaking, because listen, I'm happy that the government's actually doing something and going after the SPLC, and there are some theories that Pam Bondi was actually blocking a lot of stuff from occurring, and I do kind of have to wonder if that's the case. Because as soon as she's gone, it seems like things are kind of ramping back up again, but I'm also a huge woman hater. I'm the professional misogynist here, and I fucking hate Pam Bondi. But I also don't like Indians. However, I will give carrot when the government deserves carrot, and I will give stick when the government deserves stick. And most of the time, I beat it with a fucking wrench because fuck the government. However, the government gets a small little carrot, right? One of those little baby carrots. That's what they get this time around. So here's some more clips based off their speech. I guess I lost my words again because yeah, I'm speaking of being paid by the SPLC, that's me.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Attorney General.
Wow, that's
Can you
loud.
explain again what the fraud is here exactly? Are you saying it's illegal for the SPLC to pay money to people that are in hate groups, or something about the way this was done makes it illegal? Because it's not automatically illegal, is it?
No, that's right. It's
Because the left is trying to go from this angle. I know it's technically a reporter asking this question, but the left is trying to go from this angle being like, oh, well, you know, excuse me, they're just paying people. You know, they're not committing fraud whatsoever. They're just paying for informants. What are we doing here? You know, like, it's totally fine and dandy, but he explains it a lot better than I can.
a good question. So, again, I summarized the indictment, and it's now public for everybody to read. But the Southern Poverty Law Center is a 501c3. Okay, they're required to, under the laws associated with a nonprofit, to have certain transparency and honesty in what they're telling donors they're going to spend money on, and what their mission statement is, and what they're raising money doing. And so, as the indictment points out, there's different ways that they raise money, and in no fundraising efforts that the investigation found did they say, oh, and by the way, we're going to give $1 million to the Ku Klux Klan. So that's fraud. So that's wire fraud. So, and then the bank fraud part of it is you have KYC, you have an obligation to tell your financial institution what the corporation or the entity that you're opening an account for does, and the allegations in the indictment are that these were fictitious companies that were set up, and so there was certain information sworn to by SPLC executives about what the entities were doing that we allege is false.
And that's, I feel like, the damning information right there, because even if they are like paying informants, the fact that they're making shell companies to hide this, the fact since because of how they're registered, because they're registered as an NGO, they're supposed to tell their donors what their money is going to, and they're trying to hide where the money is. To me, it's more than just informants like they're claiming. It's basically like they're actually paying these people to be agitators, to be involved in these groups, to inform, but also to cause chaos, which we can see with Charlottesville. Once again, give me a second, chat. I know it's the big topic. I know. But there's more to this SPLC case than simply just Charlottesville.
Can I just follow up on, can I have one follow-up, Mr.
Go ahead.
On the hiring of Joe DeGenova to work for the department, can you just tell us a little bit? I understand you went down to Florida, perhaps to take part in his swearing in or bring him on board. Can you explain why he's being brought back to the department after 40 years?
So, I mean, look, I think that everybody in this administration, whether it's Department of Justice or elsewhere, we're always looking for good people. And he's somebody who has a deep bench. As you said, he's been in this business for decades. And when we had the opportunity to ask him to join the team and help, we readily did.
I don't know anything about this guy, I'll be fully honest, so I can't commentate on if this guy's gonna be good or not. The fact that it was 40 years ago is a little bit concerning. This guy's probably ancient. But I mean, if he does a good job, that's all that matters to me. Problem is, it's the government, so, it probably won't be that good of a job. But hey, you know what? Listen, once again, I'll give the government a baby carrot, and then I'll give the government 20 beatings immediately after that. Oh. And then there's also the fact that Biden admin blocked the criminal investigation into the SPLC as well. So that's cool.
No, I can't talk about that. But it's been going on for a long time. There was a time that it was shut down for a while during the last administration. I don't know why. And it was started again over the past year or so, and that brings us to today.
I'm sorry, you mean the investigation began before this administration and then was shut down during the Biden administration?
That's my understanding. I don't have information beyond what I just said around that.
So started with the
No, I
first
can't
Trump
talk.
administration, stopped under Biden, and now restarted again under Trump. Once again, the Democrats have connections with the SPLC. They don't want their problem going away, right? Not their problem. Well, actually, yeah, their problem, right? Because having these groups exist, whether you personally support them or not, still within the normie framework, they are bad, right? We can argue here within, obviously, YouTube's TOS, because that's the big arbiter, about the validity of these groups and their meanings of it. But to the average normie, these are horrible, evil, literally Satan reincarnated groups. The Ku Klux Klan, the Nazi Party, Unite the Right, American Front, etc., that's listed here. And having these exist and well funded, even if it's just with informants, which I do think it's more than just informants based off the information at hand, it's a nice boogeyman to have, so they can wave it around and be like, oh, look at these evil racist Nazis, oh my god, they're supporting the Ku Klux Klan, oh, isn't this so terrible? And that scares off the normies, because once again, it's still bad in their eyes. And then they run to the Democrats instead. At least that's the idea. And they hold it over Trump's head every single time, which is exactly what Kamala did during the presidential debate back in 2024.
Let's remember Charlottesville, where
2024. She is bringing up Charlottesville that happened in 2017.
there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the
based.
president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
Because, there was. Now, it's been almost 10 years since it was in 2017, so I'm not going to pretend to know I'll remember all the different details here, but it was pretty much fine until Antifa showed up. Now, did it kind of go crazy after that? Yep. Was it definitely staged? It seemed to be staged even before Antifa showed up? Yep. And it was definitely suspicious overall, but it doesn't change the fact that it didn't get violent until after Antifa showed up. and it seems really staged. And now the Democrats can use this to hold it over Trump's head every time that he comes around. I mean, hell, even Biden in 2020 talked about for his presidential election about how evil it was too.
I made the decision to run for president after Charlottesville. Close your eyes and remember what you saw. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and the KKK coming out of the fields with torches lighted, veins bulging, chanting the same anti-Semitic bile heard across Europe in the 30s. It was hate on the march, in the open, in America. Hate never goes away. It only hides. And when it's given oxygen, when it's given an opportunity to spread, when it's treated as normal and acceptable behavior, we've opened a door in this country that we must move quickly to close. As president, that's just what I will do. I will send a clear, unequivocal message to the entire nation. There is no place for hate in America.
No place for hate in America, he says, as SPLC was one of their many arms to promote exactly that, with racial justice issues here, like dismantling white supremacy and extremist files, hate map, hate watch, report hate. Okay. And there's obviously like the ADL, Act Blue, and a whole bunch of other ones too. Like they constantly talk about like Hillary Clinton had her whole baskets of deplorables comment back in the 2016 election. Biden was like, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Like it's just. I mean, how many more examples do we need of them just posturing and projecting themselves onto others there? I mean, I am hateful, right? I actually am racist and anti-Semitic and misogynistic and all the other fun stuff too. But at least I'm honest about it, right? And I'm going based off statistics, not just because of the, the skin color, right? I judge them by the content of the character, and statistically, the content of the creator is pretty fucking shit. White people, on the other hand, they're pretty fucking great. And we'll watch this video as a nice like refresher for the 2017 Charlottesville thing, since we're now finally getting into it. But it's important to note, and I say this whenever people accuse of any Democrat like stuff being funded, like No Kings. Right? No Kings is a recent Democrat thing that gets, comes back every few months and is weaker than it was beforehand, right? And with No Kings last year, the first event, which was the biggest one, there was the assassination of the Democrat by the guy who had connections to Tim Walz, suspiciously enough, and had No Kings flyers into his car, which that was probably the bigger part of the story there with No Kings. But No Kings is paid, it's funded, it's actually very public about it. But because it is, there's people on the right saying that, oh, well, all Democrat protests are all funded, therefore they're all invalid. Yes and no, right? Like, someone's paying for the No Kings. Someone is paying for the bricks, for the Black Lives Matter, and the fuel, and the other violent ways that they use for their quote-unquote protests. Somebody was helping fund Chaz when that was a thing in Seattle back in like 2017, 2018 as well, right? There is funding there, 100%. But you only need a little bit of funding and a few people to get it organized, and then the useful idiots and the true believers would follow. Because that's how these things work. Because people are like lemmings, that they're monkeys. Monkey see, monkey do. And if they see people within the general line of whatever political leaning they are, partaking in a protest, and they want to go out and support, then they'll go ahead and support this. Same goes for the right. And so, well, maybe these groups like the Ku Klux Klan and the National Socialist Party and everything else like that have true believers in it. The fact that there are paid informants, and in the case of American Front, their president's actually being paid to be involved with it, means that it's a honey trap, right? It's a honey pot. That's, I mean, it must, like, your local VTuber Mossad agent sitting right here yapping to you, right? And it's supposed to attract your attention, make you like it, and make you want to join, and then later on will catch you in some criminal act. The Fed does it all the fucking time. That's why these terms exist to begin with. That's why people have these theories and concerns about it. In the case of the Democrats, when it comes to their own people, they just use it to cause chaos. When it comes to the right, well, they're gonna arrest you. But here, well, actually, here's the Charlottesville cover.
10 o'clock Friday.
Hopefully, ABC News doesn't strike me down. I don't think I've used a clip of theirs before. But VOD Bros, if this part gets taken down, I'm sorry in advance.
Friday night, hundreds of white nationalists storming the University of Virginia, protesting plans to remove a statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee. The overnight,
Which now, 10 years later, has been destroyed, which fucking sucks because he was a good guy, but...
violence spilling into this morning when marchgoers and counter-protesters clash again, hours before the Unite to Right march was even set to begin. Just
was that a Palestinian flag in 2017?
clash again, hours before the Unite to...
Or was that a different foreign flag? Black Lives Matter. Is that the Black Lives Matter flag? Sorry. I saw the green and the black and the red. I was like, is that Palestine? I don't recognize that flag. Is that one of those, like, Afro-Centro, like, Wakanda's real flags, if I remember correctly, based on the Black Lives Matter stuff? Because I know they existed back then. No? That's the Pan-African flag? Okay, yeah. Okay, that's what I was talking about. The Pan-African flag. The Afrocentric fucking stuff. There we go. Okay.
Right march was even set to begin. Just after 10:30 a.m., the crowd growing in size. Local and state police in riot gear responding in force, but the violence escalating. Just before noon, Virginia's governor declaring a state of emergency. Just before 2 p.m., the situation taking that deadly turn.
Now, this is the main point when the Charlottesville comes up. Well, one of the three main points, I should say. There is the fine people on both sides that Trump says when there are fine people on both sides. Like, what he said is technically accurate. Well, okay. The left, not so much, I'll be completely honest, but I'm biased there. But anyways, and then there was obviously the tiki torches, which were quite the statement and never used again. And then this accident here, where this guy ran into a woman and killed her. Now, there's some conspiracy theories about how she actually died of a heart attack from being obese. But those, even today, are still debated. And frankly, I'm not exactly sure where I stand based off what I do. I think I have a tab actually talking about it, but from what I know, it seems like she did actually die from the car striking her because of it was going at a fast enough pace to do so. And honestly, it could be a mix of both. Her having previous health problems and the fact that she got struck by a fucking car in a crowded area like this. But still, someone died from this, and that's once again another tool that the Democrats are used to bash Trump and the Republicans over for literally 10 years now.
See the silver 2010 Dodge Challenger barreling down the hill toward a sea of targets with little time to react, slamming to a stop only after it hit a van and another car. Locked in, that...
Now, it's important to notice how they're all dogpiling him. Now, granted, it's a little bit, after he struck them, but they're still attacking his car. It's important to note that when he's driving away, because the leftists really like assaulting people when they're in their cars. And when your car's being bashed against with bats and other mysterious objects, and you're being surrounded like this, which is a common tactic the left likes to do, it causes people to panic and make bad decisions. And I do believe that's what has happened here.
A sea of targets with little time to react, slamming to a stop only after it hit a van and another car. Locked in, that car shifting in reverse, screeching back down the street.
Also, I do want to notice too, sorry I keep on going back, but notice how diverse the group is, right? We have this whole group of leftists, of violent agitators here that are dogpiling him and attacking his car. Obviously, there's some whiteys. But we have a very diverse little field here. Just
Locked in.
look at them.
That
Look
car
at them. So many
into the divorce.
chocolatiers. Just
screeching back down the street to get away.
Usual
One
subjects.
person, a 32-year-old woman, left dead. 19 more rushed to the hospital, 5 in critical condition. The suspected driver, 20-year-old James Alex Fields Jr., is behind bars.
The first response from the White House came not from the president, but the First Lady. She tweeted, "Our country encourages freedom of speech, but let's communicate without hate in our hearts."
We condemn in the
notice how the ABC's framing this is like, oh, Trump didn't say anything. It was actually his wife did. He's a horrible president.
strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides. On many sides.
Senator Ted Cruz put out his own statement calling the attack a grotesque act of domestic terrorism. Senator John McCain tweeted, "White supremacists aren't patriots, they're traitors."
Racism is evil, and those who cause violence in its name are criminals and thugs. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers. I think if we continue to create jobs at levels that I'm creating jobs.
And even though we're bringing this back up because the SPLC thing, I still actually believe what he says here. Not so much when it comes to the left, actually. But that's because that's my political bias here. But even with the SPLC information coming out, when it comes to Charlottesville, I do think there were some genuine people there that are tired of how the country is being run, were revitalized with Trump winning in 2016 the previous year, and wanted to make a stand and show the patriotism in Charlottesville. And with the agitators within the group, we're now finding out, also with the communists on the other side, they turn into this fucking mess.
I think that's going to have a tremendously positive impact on race relations. I do.
I don't think that had a positive effect on race relations, Trump. I know this is 2017, but I don't think it was I don't think it had a positive effect, but hey. You tried? Question mark? There. Down here in Florida, that's roadkill time. Yeah, like, I think when you are being attacked, because before this little clip with ABC, because remember it is ABC, so they are a bit biased here, right? And obviously I'm biased too, clearly. Like, he was attacked this entire time, and he was trying to get away. Like, you have all the right to go through and just mow them down, in my opinion, because they are the assaulters, right? Like, they are trying to harm you, and if you stop, if you slow down, your car is fucked and you're gonna die. I remember, fuck, I forget what this was for, but there was a protest, maybe it was Black Lives Matter? Fuck, I forget what it was. Well, I say protest, quote unquote, where it was the left doing the typical leftist things, and some guy was driving a semi-truck, and he stopped because the semi-trucks are obviously very dangerous, and they completely raided his truck, dragged him out of it, threw him on the ground, and beat him to death. I forget which protest that was. I think it was some sort of like Black Lives Matter thing. Maybe in like 2021 is gonna be my rough guess. But it was absolutely horrifying. Absolutely fucking horrifying. Just seeing like just the fact that it's a semi. It's a very, like, it's even more dangerous than a regular car. He was trying to be a good person. And, you know, and didn't actually want to hurt anybody. Not to mention, like, he might lose his job, too. Because he's a semi-truck driver. And so if he does actually hurt anybody, then his company's not going to be happy with him. Even if he is technically in the right. And then they just surround him and drag him out and kill him. There's a few like that? Oh, well. fair enough, right? With how the left works. You described the riots in CA and that created the Rooftop Koreans? I think it was more recent than the Rooftop Koreans in California. Like, it was within the past 10 years. If I remember correctly, but there have been so many acts of leftist violence, and I also have a really fucking shit memory that it's, you know, I guess kind of take it with a great assault. Thank you, Squabadude, for the $10 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Here's a donation from the Squabadude Ponies Law Center for you to be more racist. Also, a thanks for the Kidison Black SSR use. Well, you're welcome for that. I haven't played Uma Musume in months at this point. I know I missed out on a lot of good cards, especially for like Mant, because I know Mant released a couple months ago, but I don't have the time, and two, I just don't have, like, I don't want to say the interest, right? But like, it's a lot of time investment for Uma Musume, and it's a really fun game. But after a while, after you get training your horses constantly, the grind definitely kind of gets to you. So I'll probably get back to it eventually, because I do love Manhattan Cafe, but it's probably going to be a minute at this rate. So have his kiss on black as much as you want. Thank you, Lorpski, for the $4 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My glorious Pookie, and the world's greatest LARPer, Bert Kloocki, is trying to find a Nazi movement informant. Also, I think you're generally more far right than the KKK based off interviews I've seen. No way. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up here. I'm kind of curious, cause if this is true, I have two theories. Wait. Oh, they're trying to. Oh, Growski, you bitch! I thought that the link was gonna be like the actual interview with the KKK that I could watch on stream. Horrible. And I'll still show what I bought up on screen though, because I mean $4 is $4, and I am a cheap player. But I was going to say that with me being more far right than the KKK, I have two theories on that. One, the Overton window has shifted so far right that even the KKK is getting a little far behind, because like they were like, you know, civilized racist, right? Where we don't like black people, but we don't want them genocided or something like that. Which, by the way, I don't want blacks genocided either. But I'm trying to go based off like the kind of the extreme, right? You know, that kind of framework there. Genocide bad. Fun fact. Amalgamyte 2026. The other thing is too, is if they actually are funded by the SPLC, which this is going from 2014 to 2023, but I kind of skimmed a little bit of the indictment. I actually have a thread about it. I thought we could maybe look at if we have time to actually get to more of the details a bit better, if the summaries were enough, or you know, whatever the case is. And if it actually is truly funded by the SPLC, like completely, that could be why, because they're LARPing, right? They're LARPing of what they actually think a true right-wing, far-right person is, and so therefore, like, they kind of miss the mark. But I don't really fully believe that one, because some of the stuff the left says is kind of is awfully surprising from time to time. Because the phrase that used to be used during Trump's first term was like, oh, the left are the real racist, because of thinking that minorities constantly need help, the white savior complex, all that fun stuff, right? And so I could see them creating some sort of left wing, what they think is the right, be actually relatively accurate, because they just kind of imagine like Hitler reincarnated, but like with demons coming out of his asshole, and that is what it is. But it's like it's a caricature, but there's a little bit of truth to it. They are MGTOW, but for race. Oh, for the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, frankly, I mean that's kind of what I am too. Like, my big point is that I just want America to be for white Americans like it originally was. That's how the founders intended it. That's what multiple of the documents states. They've had multiple cases where Indians aren't actually considered Americans, or Gypsies aren't Americans. The immigration policy up until 1965 was like specifically Western Europeans. Chinese that were imported for labor that the left keeps on bringing up, and for California, were just temporary laborers that were sent back to China. Like, we're not actually a nation of, like, immigrants within the leftist nonsense of things. That's what I want. They can go back to Liberia. That's all I fucking care about. Just go back to Liberia. And you know what? Hey, you know, or if they're actually from Nigeria, then go to Nigeria. For India for the Indians, China for the Chinese, Russia for the Russians, the Zimbabweans for the Zimbabweans. Though technically should be Rhodesia. But, like, still, like, that's my stance. But alas, it's not the case. You want America better? Do something about the lobbyists. As long as they pay off Congress, and the House is never going to improve. We were for sale and sold decades ago. Well, that's not going to change. It's kind of baked up within our culture, unfortunately. But even without lobbying, then there's obviously regular corruption that happens within governments. Like, which happens all the time. Eastern Europe's a good example, where they just have corruption is just normal there. It just is what it is. Like, that's how the government just functions. And then Western Europe's still basically the same, though they don't have the regular case of lobbying. They have their quangos, and I know quangos is a popular term, but been repopularized recently as a slur for the brown whites. But technically, Quango means autonomous non-government association or organization. That's what it means. It's just basically the British term for NGOs, which is those Quangos literally do the same thing as NGOs because they're literally just NGOs, just the British term for it. Yeah, it still exists. Thank you, Grosky, for the $2 reviews. Thank you. Interview with the Grand Wizard David Duke of the KKK. Also, but all my donos for FNAF like a good boy. Well, fuck you, Grosky. I'll put your fucking donos to the FNAF here. Okay. There we go. Also, I should have figured, but this is a 2-hour-long interview. So, I wonder Jewish involvement in slavery. Jewish influence in community. Jesus and Jewish law. Ukraine war and Jewish influence. This is... okay, now I kind of want to know if I actually am more far right, because with how many times the tiny hats are being mentioned in this interview, I am curious if this is actually the case. But real quick, maybe we'll watch a little bit of this here in a second. But the Piss Princess needs to say hi to her people on the throne, so I'll be back in 2 minutes, okay? BRB. BRB. IDO, I'm back. Okay. Jewish involvement in slavery. Okay. You know what? This looks like a pretty short little clip right here. Well, let's watch what he says about Jewish involvement in slavery. Then we'll go back to the SPLC thing. I'm just kind of curious.
You've had migrations many times. Every people have done this. And slavery was something endemic all over the world. Genghis Khan took a lot. Attila Hun took a lot.
All the movies are showing white people doing slavery, which is, I wonder who makes those movies.
And it's even shocking historically, and they'll say that's anti-Semitic too. But when I looked into the Jewish Publication Society, I had a big show on Black Perspectives of the News. Again, this was a black man that wanted to invite me on because he was interested in my approach. And I was saying that, that's the slave trade. In fact, I did a lot of research on this. Again, I'm a PhD in history, and I've been studying history since the time I was a kid.
I saw you clip that. I'm actually curious, I think you're about to answer that, but I kind of want to ask you, where did you find that evidence? Because that's such a big, insane claim.
It's all in the major Jewish histories.
Really?
And by
Sorry, just the censoring of the word muse just gets me. Just to be on the safe side, yep, I gotta hide the fact that happy merchants are rubbing their hands again.
Jewish authors. I mean, the perfect example, I can give another example here. When I was a kid, our family had a copy of Encyclopedia Britannica, which was the most famous encyclopedia. And in the 56 edition, the article on Jews is written by Jacob Marcus, who is also a famous American Jewish writer and historian. And he wrote the whole story on Jews for Encyclopedia Britannica. And in there, he talks about, even from the standpoint of the Middle Ages, and he says, in the Middle Ages, the Jews were controlling a lot of the commerce of Europe. And you know what he says? Especially the slave trade.
Dang.
It's in there, right?
Yeah, I've been hearing this, but is there a lot of evidence actually showing that they were the ones controlling it?
Well, Jewish historians and Jews are very meticulous about restoring their history. And for years ago, when that wasn't considered a slight, their success in whatever the markets were, they literally brag about it. They talk about how that the slave trade was overwhelmingly Jews.
What percentage would you think it was? Would you have a percentage, or you don't know? It's hard to say.
I'll give you an example. The center of the slave trade in what was the colonies at the time, it was Newport, Rhode Island, and Newport, Connecticut, and Providence, Rhode Island, I believe. And those were the same place where the oldest synagogues were in the country. And the slave ships themselves, like Aaron Lopez was the biggest single slave ship owner in the colonies, Portuguese Jew. And
this must be such a pain in the ass for the guy who's has to edit this, the censor, every single time he says this. I know there's AI editing tools that will automatically kind of do this at this point, but this is a few years old, and I don't think that existed back then. I don't know how I remember this, but I had the Britannica set, and I read that too. Really? That's fascinating. Then, as for the apparently the ooze, right? With ooze, you never lose. Zootopia style. I forget the statistic as how much they were in the slave trade as well, but I have seen different documents that actually have this as the documents that actually show them being Jewish and them partaking within it, and how much money they made, and how much how much of them were actually slaveholders. It was a decent chunk of them. Once again, it goes back to overrepresentation, right? Per capita, for being 1% of the country or less. There were a surprising lot of them that were slave owners. Just saying.
They dominated the slave trade. I've got the reports from this is Jewish histories, and also in Brazil and South America and Central America and the Caribbean. So the triangular slave trade came out of New England, and they would get the maple syrup, and they make rum, and then they trade it, for Africans.
So even to Brazil, all these islands.
And the biggest, by the way, the most horrific thing about this triangular slave trade, which any decent person would oppose, obviously. I hate the idea. Slavery is horrible,
terrible,
right? And by the way, Thomas Jefferson felt the same way.
I'm not a fan of slavery either. But if anything, I would say it's probably the biggest mistake America has ever done, and the most costly mistake too. Like it's been an absolute disaster. But even from the whole, but beyond that half joke that exists there within America's historical context, like I get that it's something that's been existed since the dawn of humanity to have slaves for free the cheap labor, but it's still a horrible thing to do. And not like our real corporate life is amazing itself. We're in our own version of slavery, you can argue, but at least it's still better than being whipped and beaten, which they didn't do all that often, contrary to the leftist propaganda. Because why would you hurt your farm equipment? But still, it's not something I personally support myself.
And he did what he could. But anyway, so when I look at that, and by the way, Robert E. Lee was too. He was the hero of the South. He said we had to end slavery.
Oh, really?
And that's
I didn't
true.
know that.
And maybe we could have done it without 500,000 Americans dying.
Yeah, so maybe they could have negotiated the deal out instead of.
But I think we could have, and I think we should have, and the Southern voices should have been some sort of deal to avoid this war. And I always believe that the greatest crime, the greatest evil, the greatest atrocity is war itself, and because often wars cause more pain and suffering and murder and horror than the allegations of reason why we got to go to war.
Okay, because now we're getting into the Iraq stuff. I just wanted to do a little clip there about the Jewish involvement in slavery, so that'd be funny. Because we're not gonna watch the whole 2-hour thing. I mean, war is bad, but war is also necessary. Like slavery, we can kind of get away with by making within this corporate environment, which once again is like a new form of slavery in itself. And I saw someone in chat saying psychological violence is just as bad as physical violence, arguably worse. Which there's definitely arguments there that I could actually kind of agree with. But war is not bad in itself. It can be actually quite necessary. Just when we're constantly fighting endless wars in the Middle East, that's when I'm like, okay, can we stop? Like, can we just save ourselves for defense? And then, maybe take over Taiwan for the chips, and that's it? Like, yeah, I know it's gonna spark a war with China, that's kind of the joke. But, like, it's not, I don't know. It's when it's a pointless war, like the World Wars, for example. That's when the problem arises, for sure. I told you you were more woke than him, LMAO. Less? Yeah, I mean, he's not that bad from the 5 minutes that we've watched, though. Like, I mean, he really doesn't seem that bad. He just seems like a tired old man. Nothing wrong with being a tired old man. Somebody put this grandpa to bed. Like, that's I don't know, he doesn't seem that bad from the 5 minutes, but we're not watching the full 2 hours, that's for sure. That's fucking for sure. I saw somebody mention about that Iran would be the thing where I probably had the biggest issue with him, but I don't. I'm assuming this is Gaza media bias. I don't give a shit about Gaza. Like, if he's actually for the foreign wars in the Middle East, then that's where we're gonna have some disagreements there. Because I'm more of an isolationist, but like that's not a huge. I mean, I guess it is a point of a contention, but like I don't know. It's so funny that you're more far right than the leader of the KKK. Well, Alucard is working on my clan hood. And the great thing about Alucard is that he constantly sends me updates with how it works. Do you guys want to see the update so far on me with my clan hoodie? I'll show you guys first, since I had this idea on stream and I've been messaging while I've been streaming so far. Yeah. But we're getting there, chat. We're getting there. I will be getting my clan hood. Here. Remember, it's not done. It's a work in progress. But yeah, so here's part of the sketch. and here's some of it being colored right now. Once again, work in progress. But I am donning my clan hood as I go to work for the SPLC. For all intents and purposes, this is a joke. LrdAlucard so much. The fact that I can message him randomly, I'm like, hey, can you make me wearing a clan hood? And he's like, sure, just let me finish up my Uma Musume. And I'm like, awesome. Grand Dragon Amal. Oh, I can't wait for this to be finished. I'm gonna love it. Everyone in chat, you better like and retweet this when I post this on Twitter. If you don't, then I'm banning you from chat. Okay. The clan, the world's first movie cosplayers. Oh, guys, please. Oh, boys can't be wizards, they can only be witches. But joke's on you. Joke's on you. I'm actually a man. Right? You don't know I don't have a dick. How do you, like, I'm clearly using a voice changer. Get your ears checked. Jesus Christ. My God. I have a 12-inch cock. You don't believe me? Well, I'll just have to show you. Also, I missed this earlier, but thank you, Manipple. I'm pretty sure that's how you're supposed to pronounce it, Manipple. For being a subby puppy over on Kick. My apologies for missing that earlier. But thank you for being a subby puppy. I hope you enjoy, listening to a transvestite wearing a Ku Klux Klan hood. Oh yeah, that's right. Grotsky gave me this in a super chat. What's this about? There's only there's only one person I've ever saw ride a motorcycle and rock a sadistic Souls leather jacket. He's been gone out of the party for several years now. All these claim to be approached by the FBI and offered money before. And equally odd says he's been off the payroll for several years now. Coincidence? I think not. The information will come out and be leaked at some point, but I hope this is all a big misunderstanding. How do we find out who F27 is? We probably won't find out anytime soon, at least not officially. The DOJ indictment deliberately uses codes like F27 to protect the informant's identity. It's standard practice in these filings, and the government has zero incentive to unmask them. No real name appears in the public indictment or any reporting so far. The close we have that the F27 was reportedly an officer for the National Socialist Movement and tied to Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, an Aryan Nations-linked neo-Nazi biker group. That narrows it to a very small circle of people, without leaked court documents from the SPLC's defense, or someone inside talking, it stays hidden. Right now, the story is less than 24 hours old. People on the far right side, including the National Socialist folks, are already asking who is the guy online. So if that's someone known in the circles, it might serve as unofficially informs or X, but right now, still just F27. Well, it makes sense with these groups. But apparently, this is wait, he is the actual commander of the National Socialist Movement? Okay. At least it says his commander. I'm not sure if he's actually the leader or not. I never heard of this guy before. Well, believe it or not, chat, I'm not actually a participant in my local neo-Nazi group. Despite the clan hood, despite the jokes, despite me being a Mossad agent with a voice changer, I am not actually a participant of my local neo-Nazi groups. Oh, you're not? Would you like to be? Well, sadly, I'm not getting paid anymore, seeing the SPLC is being taken down. Or else I would. But I mean, it makes sense that he's actually trying to go after whoever the informant is within his group, as long as it's not actually, you know, him himself, right? Because since you talk about F27, what tab did I have that in? I have too many tabs and I've jumped all over the place. I had this in order, believe it or not, and I did not actually follow that order. Oh, this is F37. Huh? Did he make a typo? Or because I know there's more than I know there's multiple informants. Okay, so interesting. Maybe it's a different person. But I do know at the moment, because of the Charlottesville, I know since we watched the refresher of what actually occurred that day, a lot of people are guessing who it is, because part of the indictment that have come out is that F37 was a member of online leadership chat that planned the 2017 Unite the Right event in Charlottesville, Virginia, and attended the event at the direction of the SPLC. F-37 made racist postings on the supervision of the SPLC and helped coordinate the transportation to the event for several attendees. Between 2015 and 2023, the SPLC secretly paid F-37 more than $270,000. So now people are wondering who actually this person is. Now, and this person points out that this helps coordinate transportation. It's probably not how anyone would describe bigger personalities. Probably a relative nobody, but still interesting to note. Honestly, if we're paying that person that much money just for coordinating transportation, I don't know. And I feel like, I know they got money to burn, and sure it pays well to be a fake racist when you're working for the left, but that's a lot of money to give somebody who's just a relative nobody. I mean, I guess it's over the years. So, actually, hold on, that's 8 years? Oh, how many years is it? That's 2,070 divided by, by 8. That's $33,750 a year. That's not a lot of money. That's less than what the average wage average yearly wage in America is like $40,000. But that's still good money if all you're doing is just participating in a chat, making racist postings, and then to coordinate transportation. That's still beneficial, especially if you have a day job or even a part-time job on top of it. That guy didn't ask for $271,000. I know, shame on him. Like, I'm kind of surprised that there was not an extra $1,000 there, because if there's an extra $1,000 there, I would have lost my fucking shit. $270,000 over 8 years is nothing, and betraying people you're in regular contact with. Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot of money, but that's a good chunk of change. So it could be really a regular person, but because people see the $270K, people think like, oh, it's a lot of money, which I mean it is, but not at the same time. And so there's two. The biggest theory is that it's Nick Fuentes for Charlottesville. I personally don't believe the Nick Fuentes theory when it comes to Charlottesville in 2017. He was 16 years old, and he was just getting started. I don't think it was Nick Fuentes. Now, we can debate on whether or not Nick Fuentes is a Fed these days or not, which I'm not going to get into at the moment, because there's good people on both sides, as Trump said. Right, it kind of goes back and forth with him, in my personal opinion, where I'm just like, man, you really do seem like a Fed, and man, maybe actually it might be genuine. Oh, no, you're just retarded. Okay, maybe it might be a Fed, right? So, like, I'm not going to put my toes in that debate specifically, but when it comes to 2017, within the context of this in Charlottesville, I don't think it's Fuentes. I do think my bet was actually Richard Spencer, which I know a lot of people have forgotten who Richard Spencer is because he's fallen out of favor and popularity over the past few years, seeing that he is now a huge Ukraine supporter and likes black people and other stuff too. Like, he's actually a Democrat, the Kamala voter. Like, he's like, I never really liked him back in 2017 when he was supposed to be like the white nationalist, but then again, I wasn't a white nationalist back then. I was still a civnat. I was still a classical liberal, as Sargon would call it, right? Because once I was a Sargon, like Sargon, right? Right. So, but if we go back in 2017, the most popular figurehead of the far right was Richard Spencer. He got milkshake, he got punched. He was the talk of the town because the right had to disavow him constantly, or I should say the right, but like the anti-social justice warriors, right? The anti-SJWs had to disavow him constantly because of the alt-right pipeline allegations that the mainstream media was purporting altogether. Like, he was a big figure back then, and he was supposed to be a legitimate white nationalist. But nowadays, he's very much not a white nationalist. He's some fucking psycho. And a Democrat voting for Kamala. I see a lot more... I don't know. I see the ties more with Spencer if we're going to be looking at big popular figureheads. But if it's only $33,000 a year... That's not a whole bunch of money. That's not a livable amount of money to have. Because once again, this is being paid. Granted, I guess it could be it doesn't have to be 33,000 a year every single year, right? It could be like 33,000 one year, then 60,000 another year, then 20,000 another year, right? It doesn't have to be the exact same amount of money throughout all 8 years too. So there's also that aspect, right? But I feel like Richard Spencer would probably get a lot more money overall. It's really hard to tell who this person is. For Spencer is rich, he didn't really need that. Is he still rich? Because I haven't really kept up with him other than the every once in a blue moon. It's just like, wow. Wow, how the tables have turned. Where I am much further right than Spencer is. How? How? Probably wasn't Spencer, though he's been an informant for free before, just out of spite. I think Kessler is most likely. I don't know who Kessler is on the top of my head, I'm sorry. It's enough to live off in low cost of living areas. It's also not exclusive. It's going to stop them from getting money via other sources. That is true. And not the... Okay, when it comes to other sources, I don't agree with the low cost of living. I know inflation has completely ruined everything the past 6 years ever since COVID, but it was still not a lot of money in 2017. Like, the average wage is like $40,000 a year, and that hasn't changed. And things have only gotten worse instead of better. Low cost of living, $30,000 a year is not much. You still need to live with somebody else. That's like your wife working at the dentist office and being the receptionist kind of money. Right? Her little part-time cutesy little Jew daycare job that to fill the time. Not actual, like, livable stuff. Or... like, even working at Walmart, I made more money. Those well-funded groups are used as fear tactics as anti-white spear campaigns. I agree with that. That was basically my argument earlier, was we were delving into them a bit more. The speech to text, damn it. I'm sorry, the speech to text is fucking you over here. Kessler was the main organizer of Unite the Right. And a moron, he got sent to meet a reporter with no guards as a joke? Oh my god, okay, well... that's on him then. That's completely on him. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, what more tabs did I have about this? I had a lot more tabs. What's this one? Ah, yes, here's this. Here's this too, right? With the Charlottesville, because I knew I had more about Charlottesville, but we've been bouncing all around. Excuse me. But the state of Alabama gave the SPLC $375,000 5 days before the Charlottesville attack. Keep in mind, they claim on their website they take $0 from the government. Alabama Department of Finance. And that amount of money in 2017. Given to the Southern Poverty Law Center. Category services. Okay. And then, there we go. August 7th, 2017. Keep in mind the SPLC claims that no government funds are received or used for its efforts. During the last fiscal year, the SPLC spent approximately 73.9% of its total expenses on program services. I mean, I'm not surprised that the government, in this case Alabama government, and the SPLC are lying about this. But it's a little bit sussy-wussy that they gave them that much money 5 days before Charlottesville. Now, they could be using it for other things other than Charlottesville, obviously. But now with the whole SPLC being funding these groups, with these groups like the Ku Klux Klan and the Nazi Party actually being in Charlottesville, and the chaos that had occurred, which is mostly started by Antifa, right? Okay. I know it's mostly Antifa's fault here. Not a good look. Not a good look. Sorry, I sent you on a wild goose chase. I just thought those things were funny and relevant. Well, no, it's fine. It was actually quite informational and funny, actually. So don't feel bad, Growlski. It's okay. I'm retarded, and so therefore it takes me a minute to go back to what I was talking about. But I like little tangents like this. The campaign is pretty good, but not extreme enough for me. He's doing the work though. He's done a good job so far, like from what I've seen. But like not like super well informed with everyone. Now, the funniest thing, though, about this in the Charlottesville, to me at least, is Alex Jones. Alex Jones. Charlottesville was a false flag run by SPLC operatives who hired actors to pose as Nazis. Which, of course, then Reddit was like, well, how much do you have to pay an actor to kill people and take a murder charge? Once again, not recognizing, which, I mean, to be fair, people on the right don't recognize this either. So, some sort of blind side when it comes to this. That you can have paid and actual actors as well as genuine believers, and accidents can happen with both. Hell, even with paid actors, accidents can happen. But the fact that Alex Jones actually called this out, put in a penny, right? Actually put $1, right? Alex Jones deserves it after getting InfoWords raped by the Onion recently. Alex Jones deserves at least $1 in his little jar, saying that he was right. And here's even a clip of him from back in the day. I mean, look how much younger he is. He actually has hair on his head. I can't believe. Like, I look at him now, I'm like, holy fuck, you're so old. I look at these old clips, I'm like, that's the Alex Jones that I recognize. That's the guy who's just went, turn the freaking frogs gay. There. Like. And now I look at him, I'm like, oh my god, he's old. And then I see even younger pictures of him from, like, the 90s, and I'm like, fuck, he's hot. The ball really does come for all, men included, just... It takes a lot longer for them. But here is Mr. Conspiracy himself. Though I know Candace Owens is taking his name.
Even had it on tape. They go, "You say nothing was real at Charlotte. It was actors." And I never said that. I said they've been caught hiring actors, crisis actors, before to go stir up stuff. Little did I know they'd actually hired them for Charlottesville. Official Craigslist, official websites, official companies that have been around for over a decade. Little did I know that even their fake news about me became true. They're so bad. No wonder they were so upset about
Charlottesville. Alex Jones claims white supremacist protesters were just Jewish actors. Mr. Jones has repeatedly said he regularly talks with the president.
the actor statement. Because
man, look how much has changed. He regularly talks to the president. 10 years later, that relationship has not worked out well.
Because it was on target, they wanted to hit it first to then say it was made up and get that fake news out first. So there's a bunch of other companies. But the point is, they say, we're going to Charlottesville and we're hiring people to agitate. And then their people are there, and then I'm wrong. And then I just said we should investigate actors. There's been actors before. Sometimes it's crazy. I've been at Nazi rallies covering it, and you'll actually see guys that you later learn are FBI informants.
Apparently this is on Craigslist. Actors and photographers wanted in Charlotte. Crowds on Demand, a Los Angeles-based public relations firm specializing in innovative events, is looking for enthusiastic actors and photographers in Charlotte, North Carolina area to participate in our events. Our events include everything from rallies to protests to corporate PR stunts and to celebrity scenes. The biggest qualifications enthusiasm, a can-do spirit. Pay will vary by event, but typically is $25 plus per hour plus reimbursements for gas, parking, Uber, public transit. Honestly, chat, minus the fact it's being sussy-wussy on Craigslist. $25 per hour. I'm just saying. For more information about us, please visit www.crowdsondemand.com. If you're interested in working with us, please reply to this posting with the following info. Full name, prior relevant experience as an active performer, photographer, brand ambassador, political activist, etc. When are you usually available for work? Resume optional. If you're a photographer, what equipment do you use? Are you okay with participating in peaceful protests? Optional. Principal and small text below. Principals only. Recruiters, please don't contact this job poster. Do not contact us with unsolicited services or offers. This is so suspicious. This is on Craigslist. This looks like an actual honeypot, but at the same time, $25 an hour. And he was also paid to be there. That's true. Honestly, because keep in mind, right, SPLC obviously has some sort of tendrils within the Charlottesville protest with Unite the Right, right? We already know one person for sure. SPLC is a massive, progressive, intersectional, crazy fucking group. Chances are they did both. So when Trump says fine people on both sides, he meant that they were fined their own. Well, I meant except fine, but they definitely got their payday from it. That's for sure. It's definitely likely. I thank you, Rubber Band Jiggle Faces, for celebrating your subby puppy for 10 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my dude. And thank you on Sexy on. Thank you. Thank you on, yeah, I know how to speak English. I'm so bad. Thank you, Sexy on, for resubby puppy for 8 months in a row. Give it another month and I'll pop you out like a fucking balloon. And then I'll sell you off to some gay men in Tennessee so you can be ass raped at the prime young age of 6 months years old. Are you excited, Sexion? I am.
And Jewish leaders and Jewish community people dressed up as Nazis and like stuff I think they probably got from the back lot at Raiders of the Lost Ark. I mean, it's literal like Hollywood outfits, brown shirt outfits that haven't been around since like 1933.
I don't know. I'm just saying Alex Jones is right, man. Like the connections are there. And also there's the fact too that after Charlottesville, the revenue from SPLC was 51,000 million. Actually, sorry. There's a lot more numbers after that number. Before Charlottesville, it was $51,871,438. The revenue after Charlottesville was $133,463,398. Needless to say, they got their money's worth out of Charlottesville. Like, they paid that much money to the Unite the Right rally leader, right? The organized transportation and make racist posts and stuff like that. They got their money's worth out of it. God knows what else the other connections they had. And if you're making $51 million a year as revenue, right? That's revenue. And they had money to burn, but afterwards they definitely got their funding. Shit, damn, they're tripled. Yes, it's insane. All the ties are there. Once again, not saying the whole Unite the Right was completely SPLC, right? Complete fucking opt by them. But there are so many connections there that show at least a part of it was. And it's good to know that finally, after all this time, that, well, Alex Jones is right, because he's always right. Seriously. Like, when has he been wrong? Don't actually give me an example of when he's wrong, because he's just always right. I'm just gonna take him by his word, even in today's world, because I know he's not the same as what he used to, ever being ass raped with InfoWars, but just Jesus Christ, man. Just be careful. If you want to join your local far-right Nazi group, at least get paid for it. Because clearly the money is there from the left-wing organizations. As I mean, SPLC is fraud, Act Blue is fraud, California Medicare fraud, Minnesota Daycare is fraud, Fire Aid apparently fraud. Just like, this is every single Democrat blue-leaning thing is all fraud. Not saying Republicans are perfect, because they definitely are involved in fraud as well. But just, it seems a lot more widespread within one party in particular. And Data Republican, who is someone I mentioned earlier who's great at compiling a bunch of information, made a whole big-ass thread, documenting how Charlottesville rally and SPLC birthed an entire billion-dollar-plus democracy ecosystem. 11 federal counts, wire fraud, money laundering conspiracy. But here's what the SPLC headlines are missing. The indictment describes a paid informant in the leadership chat that planned Unite the Right. That informant helped coordinate transportation to the rally at SPLC's direction. There was one publicly identified organizer whose documented role was transportation coordinator. His Discord posts about running over protesters were made 26 days before Heather Heyer was killed by a car. The indictment says postings were made under the supervision of SPLC. Charlottesville then became the founding event for billion-dollar political machine. SPLC installed itself as machine definitional gatekeeper. I report you draw your own conclusions. As always, patience as I pull together the thread. So here's what we read earlier about the F-37 member being the informant within the chat. Michael Chinsney, aka Discord user Tyrone, official transportation coordinator of Unite the Right, posted a fake advertisement for a tractor-like multi-lane protester digester that it would sure be nice to run over counter protesters over. And a similar post to Charlottesville 2.0 Discord chat, traditionalist worker party meme maker Shane Duffy, aka AltCelt IL, Illinois, on Discord posted a picture of a vehicle driving to a crowd message, "This will be us." Okay. And, well, Michael Chesney appears to have posted 1,000 messages in white supremacist chat room leading up to deadly Virginia rally. If I remember correctly, this is actually the guy who... No, that's Bungie. Sorry, I got my tabs all confused again. Where did I put the other tab at? But I believe this is the guy who actually did hit the woman in the car. But don't quote me on that, because I can't fucking quote it myself. Where did I put the tweet? My shop looks familiar. Okay. Well, we're just gonna use Data Republic's information, because she's usually pretty good with this stuff, so... bear with me. No, the guy who hit the woman was James Fields. Okay. Sorry, chat. Thank you. Like, he looks similar, but at the same time, not completely accurate, so... I don't know where I put the tab at. I have too many tabs. Help me. Oh, thank you, Koi Kitsu, for the 5 get the subby bubbies over on Kick. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love subby bubbies. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. YouTube pros, go over the Kick. It's a superior platform. You get subby bubbies over there. And I like warm bodies. Anyways. It is not confirmed fact that Chesney, who appeared to be encouraging and running over protesters, was SPLC's informant. But the indictment, paragraph 11a, describes informant F-37 and matches Chesney. A member of online leadership chat that planned Unite the Right, attended Charlottesville at SPLC's direction, made racist postings under SPLC's supervision, helped coordinate transportation for attendees. Just weeks before a white supremacist rally turned deadly last August after a neo-Nazi allegedly drove his car into a crowd of Charlottesville, Virginia, several of the rally's organizers discussed ways to use cars as weapons as an online chat room. Oh, they're trying to... I had a tab about the guy who did actually hit the woman. And like I said, I don't know where I fucking put it, so my apologies, chat. But it's... From my understanding, it was an accident. Because he was being attacked and he panicked. And then he got the full force of the law. Like, he was put away for like 400 years or some shit like that. It was insane how they just completely threw the book at him for it. Like, obviously, what he did was a bare minimum manslaughter, right? Where it was an accidental murder. Where it was an accident where he killed somebody. Right? Not intentional murder. At the bare minimum. But, like, it was, like, 400 years is what they went after him for, if I remember correctly from the tab that's been lost into the ether! Yeah. Yeah. And with this, not exactly a good look either. No wonder they hit him with the book. Now here's why this matters beyond the fraud charges. Charlottesville became the single most consequential founding event in modern American political infrastructure. Every one of those organizations says, in their own words, that they exist or were transformed because of August 12th, 2017. Once again, like I was playing those clips earlier with Kamala and Biden, they keep on repeating this point, even though it's been 10 fucking years, because they can use this as a great stick, because of the one instance, literally the one instance where the right was actually, you could say, violent. There's a million examples for left-wing violent protests, but they always say, oh, we're just defending ourselves, or oh, it's not actually violence, fiery but peaceful protests, mostly peaceful protests, right? Well, the one instance where a right-wing protest actually ends up with somebody getting killed and there's actually violence occurring, whether it be instigated or not, they just load it over our heads and just beat us with it. Stand Together Koch Network. August 12, 2017 was the tipping point. Coach, Soros, Ford, ADL won coalition because of Charlottesville. Stand Together. New Pluralists and other locally based efforts help bridge divides. New Pluralists working alongside millions of Americans to bridge divides and counter violent extremism. Shortly after the attack, Charles Koch Institute, I'm gonna call him Gok Institute, united a diverse group of partners, including the Anti-Defamation League, Ford Foundation, Soros Fund, to walk alongside people in communities most affected by extremism to better understand the causes and discover the new tools to prevent related violence. Blacks. The initiative, Communities Overcoming Extremism, showed the power of working alongside partners who disagree on any number of issues but share a commitment to protecting equal rights and creating a culture of respect and belonging. Ooh, belonging and respect. Where have I heard those words before? It kind of reminds me of a certain bridge that the leftists like to cross over undercover. The resulting report showed the ways different private and public leaders were grappling with the issues and revealed where the work still needs to be done. The ADL founded Communities Overcoming Extremism, the After Charlottesville project, literally named after the event. After the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, there are many lessons to learn about overcoming extremism in America. The result was Communities Overcoming Extremism, the After Charlottesville project. In 2017, Mike created a bipartisan coalition with what we already read. Okay, never mind. Communities Overcoming Extremism on the ADL's page. Following the extremist violence protests, the CEO launched to discover tools local leaders and organizations use to address extremism. So basically what we just read. They're all working together. Wow, who could have guessed that? Didn't the ADL fudge numbers as hard as they could? Of course they did. Of course they fucking did. Yes, the ADL numbers include things like Alien Brotherhood stabbing each other over drug deals. Okay. Greens and morning to you all. Well, hello, humble Greens, and welcome in, everybody. Hello, my European bros, my Brit bungs, my Anglo brothers. It's nice to see you around, guys. I like you. I defended you today on Side Scrollers, by the way. Love me more. Listen First Project. The tragic events in Charlottesville, Virginia, compelled Pierce to leave his marketing job and invest full time. Huh? Ah, yes, I see a massive grift to go upon, so I can shift all this thousands upon thousands of dollars to help fund myself and others. Just like all these other Democrat scams. Jesus Christ. 2017 launched the hashtag Listen First Coalition of the then 50 plus organizations bringing Americans together across differences. Hosted a Listen First roundtable event with voters from across the political spectrum, which was called A Miracle by Reporters. Began hosting virtual Listen First conversations on Facebook Live. The first among San Francisco's liberals and Southern conservatives was watched by 20,000 people. This reminds me of like Jubilee. When did Jubilee start doing their whole like debate table thing where they have like one conservative with like 20 liberals or one liberal with 20 conservatives? When did they start making that kind of content? Wasn't that actually in 2017? Like it was roughly in this time period, because there's still like, hold on. Because those videos are actually pretty interesting, especially if they get the right people on. And even though they're not as popular as they are today because they kind of exhausted some topics, they were used quite a lot for different people to react to for content creators in the political realm. A little before the 2024 election, I believe? No, they were doing that kind of stuff before 2024. Think Before You Sleep used them a lot for his older videos. Like, because it's not just simply just one conservative and 20 liberals. It can be a whole variety of different, basically labels you can put yourself under and debate against others that are under the different label, right? Mid-COVID, maybe? No, I thought it was older than that, but man, I have horrible memory. Okay. But I don't know. This reminds me a lot of Jubilee videos. And Jubilee's obviously a little bit more on the left-leaning side. And Jubilee's not the only one who does this kind of stuff, too. After 4 years of growing a Listen First project on the margins of his life, the tragic events in Charlottesville, VA, for Virginia. Interesting that there's 2 topics in Virginia tonight. Compelled Pierce to leave his marketing job and invest full-time in Listen First to change the world. Listen First project began planning a Listen First in Charlottesville event. 2018. Co-created the first National Week of Conversation, including thousands of conversations across 32 states, hosted by more than 130 schools, libraries, faith communities, activist groups, and nonprofits. Hosted Listen First in Charlottesville event among national and local leaders. Launched business engagement initiatives to serve the workplace and recognize marketplace champions and bridging divides. Began recognizing Listen First leaders who signed the pledge. Hashtag Listen First Coalition grew to more than 150 members. 2019, this is where things start cutting off, but building on the success of the first National Week Conversation, launched the ongoing National Conversation Project, led the second annual National Week Conversation. Like I said, it cuts off here. But it definitely seems like one of those fake little groups that the Democrats would kind of make to be like, this is the change, right? This is the change that we want to make it actually to be. So we're gonna get these people together and try to like create this movement of love and peace. And then it's like nobody's involved with it other than the fake people that they have as a shell corporation, and nothing happens with it. Or it turns into something crazy like Black Lives Matter, and then they get really fucking rich. There. Integrity First for America, founded in 2017, single purpose, sue to unite the right organizers. Backed at the founding by LinkedIn's Reid Hoffman, 100+ million. One wound down, one event, one lawsuit, one entire organization. This is a bunch of organizations that popped up after Charlottesville just to extract money from people. Integrity First for America, Integrity First for America, Charlottesville's case, Science versus Kessler. There's Kessler's name. Once a generation of a trial to fundamentally change our nation, we took on the leadership of violent white nationalist movement, sending a clear message that violent hate has no place in our country. In August 2017, hundreds of white supremacists and neo-Nazis invaded Charlottesville, Virginia. This was not a peaceful protest, but rather a meticulously planned conspiracy to bring violence to Charlottesville. The result of months of online organizing fueled by racism, anti-Semitism, homophobia, Islamophobia, xenophobia, and other forms of hate. On August 11th, they marched with torches and surrounded a group of students and community members on the University of Virginia's campus. White supremacists pushed, punched, and threw lighted torches. They chanted YouTube, I am quoting. YouTube gods is the Indian Hindu gods. I praise Vishnu in all his glory. I don't know the other Indian gods. The Krishna? Krishna's cool too, I guess. I don't know. I'll bathe myself in cow poop if you insist. I'm quoting here, okay? They chanted, Jews will not replace us. Blood and soil. And this is our town now. End quote for YouTube. Okay? Okay? Religious leaders at nearby church sheltered in place, fearing what would be next. I mean, listen. I understand the sentiment here. But in 2017, this was not the right thing to be chanting. And even in 2026, it's still not something you should be chanting. That does make you look like a glowy. Now, obviously, this is leftist nonsense that they're quoting here, right? Because they're suing Kessler and eventually did win, because we're looking at a blast of the past. So this could be some extreme examples. But you're not. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for this SPLC. That's just saying. It's not looking good here. Sounds like a glowy. Exactly. This is what you say if you're a Fed, or in this case, apparently an SPLC informant. Saw the Notre Dame. Saw praise the Almighty call. Saw. UVA Democracy Initiative, now Karsh Institute, 12.9 million from 17 donors. Direct response to white supremacist attacks in Charlottesville. Let's see. Karsh Institute of Democracy, our story. Realizing the promise of democracy. Our precious democracy. Our beloved democracy. Let's see. Inside Philanthropy, 2018. A fraught movement. Donors get behind campus initiative. And back in June, Martha and Bruce Karsh gave UVA Law School, that's a lot of money, direct response to the white supremacist attacks in Charlottesville. Politics was something they largely avoided, figuring they had better things to do with their fortune. I think pre-Trump, we kind of just took our democracy for granted. Our democracy! Oh! I will do anything to protect our democracy, even that means funding fake hate groups to frame the right. Apparently they're not actually feds, they're just SPLC. They're the same thing. They're the same big in my book, but still! Bruce Karsh, who rarely gives interviews, told me, oh, I'm sure he rarely gives interviews, except this one convenient time where this horrible anti-Semitic, Nazi, white supremacist, all the buzzwords I can think off the top of my head attack happens now. Now I'm gonna give an interview. Of course. Told me, we were pretty apolitical, I guess, and we've supported candidates on both sides of the aisle. We made some contributions, but very small and not meaningful. All that began the change for them in 2017 when white supremacists marched into Charlottesville, the college town the couple met 4 decades ago as law students at the University of Virginia. In 2018, they gave $43.9 million to UVA's law school, its largest gift ever, to fund scholarships and set up a center there to promote the rule of law and democratic ideals. And no, with how much the word democracy gets thrown around and keeps watered down, I'm starting to doubt. I'm pressing exit out a few times on whether those are true, actual, real democratic ideals, or maybe it's just more propaganda to make the women. I guess it's law school, so it's probably gonna be mostly men. But this shouldn't make the regular Americans hate themselves and hate America and become communists, and then work for these immigration centers instead. We live in a constitutional federal republic, not a fucking democracy. Damn, it drives me crazy with the Democrats. Ah, you see, Shadowclaw 87, you are racist. You are a Nazi. Why? Because you say constitutional federal republic and not democracy. It's always a democracy. It's clear as democracy. Everything for democracy. You must live and breathe and shit and piss and fuck yourself for our democracy, no matter the cost. Didn't you get with the memo? I really want to play this Sinclair clip. I want to play this Sinclair clip so badly. I think I might do it anyways. Maybe 5 seconds. Do you think I can get through with 5 seconds, rule chat? Possibly. Possibly. Oh, there's the... There he is! David Duke! My hero! Let's see. Extremely dangerous for our democracy. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna play like a millisecond of it. Okay? 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 Actually, let me listen to it real quick before I actually play it, so I can get the actual clip of it. Okay, get through your little intro here. What do you mean 10 seconds of a minute and 50-second video is an intro? Sorry, I'm listening to find the flip specifically. Because if they don't, Sinclair doesn't like it. Aha! I got it. There we go, okay. I got it, chat.
Extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is a... Anyway. I recommend watching the full thing, minus that little clip there, extremely dangerous for our democracy. Because the whole thing, like how the video is laid out, which you probably saw while I was trying to listen into, where they actually say it's extremely dangerous for our democracy. It literally layers them one by one with like one local news and then another local news and then another local news, and it just all kind of like combines together until they're all combined. This is all the local news and within the United States. Like, you think your local news is actually talking about what's happening in your little town? Well, they kind of are, but at the same time, they're also not, because when anything that comes with anything regional, or national, or international, Sinclair's got them on their dollar, and they will be saying this is extremely dangerous to our democracy. I hate it so much, but I'm so glad somebody got this together. This was 6 years ago that somebody did this in 2020. I know it's like an older, was there an older one? Yeah, there's one for 8 years ago. Cause like, Sinclair doesn't really like it, so you get kind of struck for it. But it's really telling, really fucking telling in my opinion. But that was a waking up red pill moment for me. Just follow the script, please. Christ, dude, that propaganda tier shit drives me insane to this day. Yep. Like, I don't really, like... I don't, like, I think most people these days, other than the boomers, know not to actually listen to mainstream media. Like, the left doesn't like CNN, the right doesn't really even like Fox News that much. I mean, they do a lot more now, but, like, not as much as they used to. Like, nobody actually really trusts mainstream media overall. Except for the boomers. And not like there's not propaganda on Twitter, right? Apparently there's paid informants from the SPLC. But it's at least easier to tell when a script comes out on Twitter, because you can kind of double check with others. You can kind of look it up within the search bar and see what pops up. That's been shown a few times with the big, like, MAGA accounts. And it's just like, God fucking damn it, you guys are idiots. You're falling for the same Democrat trap. But then the Democrats do it way more often, so it's like, oh, well, I mean, they suck anyway, so I just wish they would stop. But that's never gonna stop, because welcome to the government. Welcome to how propaganda works. It's fine. Which is why people have turned to more, like, independent journalists, like Andy No, or in this case, Data Republican and her little thread compilation of things. Or that's why you watch an anime woman yap about random useless things. And starts eeing and oohing and like a baby. Because you're gonna probably have a little bit more reliable news coverage there for what's actually happening in the world. I showed my mom that clip. She says she found how organized the news is reassuring. How old is your mom? I mean, you don't have to answer that, but how old is your mom? What do you, like, that is, like, top tier boomer mentality right there. Where I must trust the government. What the government says is the best thing to happen. The government has my best interest in heart. The government loves and takes care of me. I love the government. How, reassure how organized it is. Don't you realize you're being soiled? Okay. Maybe the real glowy were the friends we made along the way. Welcome in, chat. Hope you're enjoying being a glowy with me. I am a Mossad agent. I'm not even joking. Ooh, the clan hoodie's looking fantastic. I'm excited for when this gets done. When we end stream, I'll show you the last update that LrdAlucard sends. There we go. But anyways, where was I at with this thread? I know it's kind of long. Okay, so we're not that far away. All of that traces back to one event. When September 2022, hold on, let me get some water. There we go. All of that traces back to one event. Then in September 2022, Biden held the United We Stand Summit. Mayor Garland launched United Against Hate the same day. 3 days before the summit, SPLC wrote a letter to Susan Rice asking to define the terms and goals of our continued collaboration. Interesting. Let's see. Domestic Policy Council at the White House. Dear Ambassador Rice, the United We Stand National Summit represents a pivotal step in addressing hate, violence, and extremism in this country. This conversation is timely in light with the recent tragedies affecting minority communities across the country. 2022. What happened in 2022 September? Was Black Lives Matter right? It was in 2021. So I guess they're still probably grifting off of George Floyd then. Because that went on for far too long. This conversation is timely and... Wait, I read that? We hope the summit will provide an opportunity for elected officials and faith, business, philanthropic, and community leaders to come together for identify the best practices to address the hate-fueled rhetoric and violence that seek to divide our nation. We're encouraged by the administration's commitment to confront hate and extremism and urge you to continue community-centered efforts to address these issues nationally. Also, I said George Floyd was in 2021, but he's in 2020. My apologies. So what was in 2022? Like, at that point, I know George Floyd was still a big thing, and the Biden administration was beating it like a dead horse because it was easy money. But in 2022, things were starting to die down a little bit. But the gravy train was starting to peter off, at least in the beginning trails. Well, did another black man die? Or some drug-related thing, I'm assuming, probably. Let's see here. Just probably another black person dying because they were black. Not because of them being black, their skin color, just because they're retarded. Chocolatiers, I should say, not that. Okay. And then this one. Oh god, it's tiny. Set clear expectations for the summit and highlight solutions. The administration has unique ability to convene a diverse set of stakeholders. During last week's roundtable meetings, experts and advocates shared that for this summit to be most successful, it will be helpful for the administration to focus on our collective efforts, define the terms and goals of our continued collaboration, and help advocates, experts, and communities set clear and achievable goals for long-term solutions. The administration can also highlight the diversity and creativity being deployed to find solutions in the pressing issue of hate-fueled violence, and inspiring and invite Americans to harness their own power and responsibility in this effort. Well, keep in mind, too, that clip that we played way earlier at this point, where the guy next to Kash Patel, I forget his name, which kind of feels bad because he's actually a white guy, not Indian, said that the SPLC investigation ended, or at least paused. Todd Blanche, there we go, Attorney General Todd Blanche. Acting Attorney General, sorry. Biden blocked the criminal investigation into the SPLC. Well, I wasn't surprised when I read that, because of course the SPLC is working with them, that's well known. But to actually have direct letters being found about this, with this United Against Hate the same day, working with the Southern Poverty Law Center, with the White House information, and using the administration's power, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. Work is calling. I gotta bounce. Goodbye, everyone. Good night. Well, I guess good day, humble policeman. I hope you have a good job at work, or good day at work. Yes, you know what I mean. Body cams are a great idea. Not only makes it so officers are sure to follow procedure, but also reveal that most criminals are, well, criminals. Yes. Like, honestly, for all the faults and all the problems within Black Lives Matter, the body cams are the best thing they've ever fucking done. 10 out of 10 needs to happen more again. Like, body cams are amazing because it just shows that, guess what, statistics aren't exactly racist, that the racists actually have good reason to be racist. Because for sure enough, most of these coppers are just doing their jobs. There are valid complaints when it comes to police. And at the end of the day, they are just arms of the state. So they will just follow the rules. If a Democrat tells them to arrest some evil Nazis for posting something racist on Twitter, they're going to be arresting the evil Nazis for posting something racist on Twitter. And obviously that's a problem. But that kind of goes with lots of authoritarianism in general, right? It's all based off who actually wields the power at the end of the day. And the police are just, once again, tools of the state. For the most part, for the average citizen, they actually do a good job. Like, they pull people over for speeding, they arrest criminals. Now, the criminals usually get let go because the judges suck, but still, they at least arrest the criminals in the first place. Often get fatigued in the process, and they sometimes shoot them when they run away. The amount of, I have a whole entire folder just filled with chocolatiers. Filled with the urban youth being themselves. Some of them are more funny than others, because the others are quite violent and horrific with how far they're willing to go to get away. Because they can't think 15 seconds ahead, and it's very much demonstrated in these videos. Like, I remember, I did a Rumble only stream a while back, and we were reacting to the chocolatiers, and doing what they always do, the fight for the cause. And there's this one woman who was being pulled over by the police. There's like 3 police officers, and she was off on the side, and they kept on telling her to get out of the car, get out of the car, and she refused to get out of the car. But you can kind of like see her like moving around within it, and like trying to find something on the passenger seat to grab. And she finally gets out of the car, and the thing that she was trying to grab, I'm assuming her car was just a fucking mess, was a gigantic knife, and she just starts charging at the officer, who then shoots her. And of course, before that video got released, people are just going, oh, Black Lives Matter, oh, the woman didn't do anything, whatever the case is, you know, didn't do nothings. But when you watch the video and you literally see her scrounging around in her messy car to find a knife, and then the first thing she does when she steps out is starts charging with it, I think she did in fact do something. I think she did something. And she deserved to get shot. Cops don't get better until the bottom rung of society that they have to deal with gets better. Right now, we will let anyone be a cop who's willing to put up nonsense, and that's usually principled, smart people. Yeah, there's definitely problems with bad cops, bad apples, right? And lazy ones. There are apparently H-1B cops in New York City now, too. Well, maybe not New York City. No, it was someplace it was kind of surprising to see H-1B copper show up. But they're definitely being infiltrated in the United States, which is a problem. But when I'm talking about the general average white cop, because it's usually white guys, they're usually not that bad. Like Derek Chauvin, for example. Good guy. Didn't actually murder George Floyd. Should be set free. Seriously. You know what? This is going to be kind of an unreasonable demand of me. Because there's kind of bigger issues at hand, right, with immigration. But if Trump doesn't pardon Derek Chauvin by the time he's out of his presidency, and out of his last term, I'm going to be kind of upset. I know it's not like the biggest issue at hand when we have immigration and the brownoids flooding our borders in waves. But I feel like he should be pardoned under Trump. I'm just saying. But that's me. Back to this with SPLC, though, and their ecosystem. National Civic League webinar, Mapping America's Healthy Democracy Ecosystem. Over 10,000 organizations cataloged. An audience member asked how they decide who gets excluded. Listen to the answer. Spoiler, it's the SPLC. Interesting. 10,000 organizations cataloged here. Yeah, this reminds me like Bridge undercover fucking stuff, where you find out these random people, that like these no-name people, all working with these undercover shady systems and small little companies. They're all like part of bigger companies to push more like left-wing nonsense, more intersectionality, more Marxism. That's how it feels right now. Are you gonna play?
That's an excellent question. I think we have tried to match the kind of definitions of hate speech that are...
Why aren't you pausing? I wanted to read this stuff. A collective effort. Core project team with these people. Caroline Lucasmeyer, Matt Liniger, Rachel Fershen, Halaharik Hayes, That's an American name. Nick follows. Tech specialist, National Conference of Citizenship, Bridge Alliance. That's not the same bridge that I know, I'm pretty sure, but that's a bit suspicious. Decision Path Consulting, Collaborators, Institute for Citizens and Scholars, National Civic League, I do recognize that. Democracy Founders Network, John Hopkins, wow! That I definitely recognize. Shared Data and Expertise, Civic Health Project, Participedia, iCivics, the Bridge Span Group, Listen. Oh, that's the Listen project we talked about earlier in the thread. CivX Now, Citizen Connect, AAC&U. That sounds familiar. Is that like African American something something? Students Learn, Students Vote. I've seen that before. Helps with like voting fraud essentially. Horizons, and then Bridge Divides Initiative.
That's an excellent question. I think we have tried.
Criteria for inclusion. Groups who engage, support, or advocate for work that directly engages with citizens in public decision making, service volunteering, voicing concerns to power, economic collaboration. Which citizens have been asterisks, and by citizens we mean all the people who live in a place and have stakes in the success. We do not include immigration status as part of our definition. So anyone from anywhere in the whole entire world, some backwater country in Africa, can move to, let's just say Minnesota as a hypothetical, right? Hypothetical. And be like, they're just as good a citizen as the person who's lived in Minnesota for 200 years with their family. But because they live in the place and have a stake in the success, because they live there, they're just as equal, just citizen. Jesus Christ. Facilitates interactions between citizens and journalists / media, members of the community. Promotes establishing relationships across differences, civic technology, and forming and engaging youth. Protects core elements of democracy, human rights, free and fair elections, and the rule of law. Core elements of democracy, once again, are democracy. The human rights, so that's literally anything, right? Trans rights are human rights. Okay, what's trans rights? Oh, to chop my dick off. Okay, well, you can still chop your dick off because you're an adult. No, but I want to chop my dick off when I'm 16. Well, I'm sorry, you're a minor. You can't do that. Wait a couple more years. No, I want to chop my dick off now. That's trans rights. That's human rights to them. Like, it's... Ugh. And free and fair elections, that just means more gerrymandering and rigging, is like we saw. Because keep in mind, when we talked about Virginia earlier, keep in mind the language they use for the question for the vote was restore fairness. Quote unquote, restore fairness. That's their free and fair elections. And then rule of law, which God knows what the rule of law is. And this is what they consider the healthy democracy ecosystem. This directly engages in citizens, which the citizens aren't actually citizens because they don't include immigration status. Excuse me. It just facilitates all this members of the community, protects all this bullshit legalese. Like, this is like World Economic Forum bridge nonsense happening here. But with the SPLC and the Democrats, again,
to match the kind of definitions of hate speech that are currently prominently used by the organizations that track that, the Southern Poverty Law Center, ACLU. So we are aligning our decisions with what are generally accepted standards about hate speech.
And now they're talking about hate speech, which is apparently, what they consider rule of law and free and fair elections and all that fun stuff too. The organization that defined who was a hate group asked the White House to make that rule permanent. The organization that sets the standards for the entire ecosystem adopted is now in charge of paying people it was tracking. The organization whose informant was allegedly in the planning chat for the event that was justified building the machine raised $132 million in the fiscal year that included Charlottesville. With this one saying that the Southern Poverty Law Center is sitting at $477 million in 2018. Jesus Christ. I literally cannot fathom that much amount of money. Like, I've always worked the dead end blue collar, entry level jobs my entire life. I could not fucking imagine that much money just sitting there. All because of we created an event to happen, and then we got paid more for making that event happen. Okay. They get away with this stuff and make it as boring as possible. Well, yeah, this stuff isn't entertaining, right? It's one of those cases where it's probably be more interesting watching somebody else make a video about this and like reacting to. But I like going through these threads, even though I'm technically using somebody else's source, in this case, Dead Republican, and actually read through everything, and you can actually see the ties happening, and it's just, and then you listen to these little clips and you read their legalese nonsense, and you get a little bit lost in the sauce a bit, but then you wake up and realize, like, holy fuck, these people are evil. Like, actually, inherently, spiritually, physically evil for the things that they're trying to do to America, and they think they're justified for it. Why? Because they're true believers. They just want to get a good chunk of change. They will sit through these boring Jew daycare meetings, but it's no longer Jew daycare. They are the ones in control, pushing the string, pulling the strings, pushing the buttons, and making your life more miserable on purpose. We need to ask if the organization at the center of America's entire post-Charlottesville democracy infrastructure had a supervised informant, or worse, agent provocateur, and so the event that justified the building the infrastructure, then what does it make the infrastructure? The right end. Like I said before, when we were going through all the different stuff earlier when it comes to the whole Charlottesville thing, I do think there were genuine people there. But with what has now come out, even though it's by the Fed, right, about the SPLC, that massive threat by Data Republican, and then Alex Jones calling it even back then, which he apparently, if I remember correctly, he actually was there for the Unite the Right rally himself. Which I guess that makes him suspect, but I like Uncle Jones, okay? He's a good man. It's definitely 99.9% sure that this was an op, right? Like, there's probably some genuine people here that felt the patriotism sweep in after Trump won in 2016 and wanted to stand for, and you know, for their country, for fellow white men who've been disenfranchised for so long, and fight against the DI, you know, Gamergate, you know, woke nonsense, social justice warriors, whatever intersectional, whatever buzzword you want to use to describe the exact same thing, right? But everything is pointing to this to be manufactured, and I think real people got swept up along the way. At least on the right. And I don't really trust much on the left, but that's my bias coming in. And that makes me sad. Like, that makes me really, really sad. Because, I know this is my woman heartstrings coming in here. And also looking back 10 years later. But I would actually like to support a genuine pro-white, pro-American movement that's not a fed up. That's not something telling me to vote Democrat. That's not something that's going to be funded by the SPLC. That's not going to be, you know, just possibly ruining my life for it. I would like to actually genuinely support that. I know you probably say, oh, but you should organize it yourself. You see, counterpoint. Counterpoint. Okay, listen closely, counterpoint. I'm just a girl. I'm just an ooh-woo, silly little dumb girl who likes to yap on the internet. That's all. I mean, I'm half joking, but I'm half serious, because, like, I don't even know where to start. I don't think women should lead anyways. And not to mention, I'd be scared I'd be swatted. I mean, if Democrats get in charge in 2028, I'm gonna be swatted regardless. I'd rather keep a couple more years to my life. I'm not 30 yet. And it just makes me sad that we can't actually have a genuine movement like this without the fear of Fed involvement. I consider the SPLC kind of the same line as feds, saying that they have such close ties with the actual government and the Democratic Party. Might as well make them feds. We already know the FBI was working with the Democrats and Act Blue as well, and George Soros, to have more surveillance on Americans. That's why do you think January 6th was so fucking abysmal to the protesters then? Like, that's another thing that makes me sad too, is I didn't know January 6th was happening until it happened, like that day, because I wasn't keeping up with that. I had a job, I was going to school, like, and then it was happening. It was like, damn, like, if I knew this in advance, I totally would have gone to January 6th. It would have been expensive, but I probably would have asked for the days off and been able to go. But I didn't know about it until the day it was happening. And then I remember watching the videos. And that was a whole radicalizing moment as well. But I actually was, like, really upset that I couldn't actually go to it. Because it seemed like a genuine movement. So I was so pissed over the 2020 election. And I wanted to go support it. But I wasn't on Facebook. I was on Parler, but I wasn't on Facebook. And despite what Apple and Google claim, it wasn't organized on Parler, it was organized on Facebook. And so I couldn't. Obviously, it's a good thing I wasn't there in the end. But I wish I could have gone. And even though I'm an old woman now, you know, inches away from the wall, it would still be nice to go to something like that too, if it was genuine and not a fed up. Yeah. Hey, just a girl. You got a few hundred. You got a few hundred viewers. If you're doing something, if it doesn't feel like much, I don't know. I mean, people say I actually am doing something. And, I mean, it's definitely better than nothing, right? But, I don't know. It's not like active change, right? It's not like Nick Shirley and Tyler Oliveira going out and actually, you know, uncovering this fraud. Or Sargon starting at the Lotus Eaters. Or doing some own... He did live events even before the Lotus Eaters, too. I'm not doing my own tabletop RPG game like him and Arch are doing. Because of how Warhammers died, right? Like, I don't know, I'm just yapping. Live streams were fun, though? Are you talking about in general, then? Or something else? Is that where you want to go, El Salvador? Yeah. I talked about it with Arch, though. Because I was just like, yeah, I want to go to El Salvador. And he was just like, you're gonna get raped. And I'm like, yeah, I can't wait. So, the more I talk about it with other people, the more they're like, yeah, you shouldn't do that. I'm like, but I wanna do that though. I don't have anyone to go with, but I wanna do it. If it makes you feel better, since I discovered you, I've been more active in local politics. Well, damn. I mean, I'm happy. I also feel extremely hypocritical. As I'm not doing anything. But I'm glad someone is doing it in my place. So I'm glad, actually, that... Awesome. Because you should. You should actually go involve yourself with local politics. I just hide in my dad's basement as I'm being a hypocrite. But you, the men in chat, do it instead, because I'm just a girl. Are we going over the SPLC PSYOP? Yes. Yes. There. It's been funny and interesting. It's sad at the same time. Very bittersweet. Overall. And it kind of reminds me of the fact that, nothing's really changed in the past, like, 10 years. I saw somebody talking about it on Twitter, and I feel like they explained it very well as to why it's been the case. Because a lot of people talk about how COVID froze and fucked everybody's time warp. Everybody says it all the time. And you know what? I actually do kind of agree with that mentality. Even though, like, At the same time, not for me personally, because working at the gas station, I had an essential job. So for me, everything being shut down didn't matter. I still had my job. In fact, I was one of the few people who required the work because of it, which was a good thing. And I just kind of sat there, stewing in anger over what was happening in the world. But I was still living my life. I got a boyfriend, moved in with him, all that fun stuff. Obviously didn't work out in the end. I'm in my dad's basement now. But, my life kind of carried on, even with all that happening in the background. So, in a way, time didn't really stop for me. But politically and culturally, it definitely has for, across the board. Because, well, now Trump's in his second term. We still have the same issues that we had back in 2016. If anything, they're actually exasperated now because it has been 10 years. And, because Biden has made things worse. So nothing really got solved because presidents need 8 years to even get something possibly done. And it just... and we still have the same cultural problems. We still have the globalism looming down on us, trying to push more DEI slop. Now, it has been lessening, obviously, but I personally think it's only temporary. I know Arch thinks it's permanent and dying completely, but I know it's just a couple steps back so they can take a few more steps forward when they feel like they have better control again, because that's just how they work. It's a ever forward progress march, right? Ever forward march of progress. And it just nothing's really changed. We can actually look back at what happened with Charlottesville now, and it's nice to have a better view of what has happened with the more recent information coming out. But the fact that it still gets brought up from time to time, nothing really changes. We still talk, I still like to talk about, P.E.P.E. and other, fun memes and Shadilay and turn the freaking frogs gay. I know part of it's maybe me and my nostalgia posting, because I do kind of miss the 2016 high that came about. Because there definitely was a different energy on the internet then. A feeling of, hope and fun before the mass censorship really cracked down after Trump won, because then Trump won, they realized they didn't have the cultural shift. And then P.E.P.E. made a Nazi joke, and then there was the whole adpocalypse that occurred. And that was a whole disaster that fucked over YouTube, because Susan Wojcicki is a fucking Jew, literally. And just, I don't know, things are just stagnated. And it sucks. It really fucking sucks. Don't join racist orgs that make people seeing a woman who joins something that antisocial are always broken. Online communities, by chance. Could you be referencing something? Possibly. I trust whatever Stryker and Warren come up with over Patriot Front. Not that I think Patriot Front's run by feds, just that I think their methodology is misguided. I don't know who Stryker and Warren are based off what you're saying. You're gonna have to give me faces and names and links and stuff like that. And even then I might not know them because I don't know everybody, unfortunately. Not necessarily. As something becomes popular, women are naturally drawn to it. Normal women will jump on the background soon enough. And you already see that, right? There's already a... How do I say this without getting myself in trouble? There's already a shift. I'm not saying they're grifters, but there's already a shift with women online, the ethos, pixels in real, that you can kind of see within it. And, makes it hard to tell if it's genuine or not, because on one hand, the culture has changed significantly, and so, maybe they actually do feel like they have a chance to say something. Maybe they've woken up all this time. On the other hand, they're a woman, and I do not trust women, and I don't like women whatsoever, and so I really don't really, there. And so, but you already kind of see that, when Trump won, there was already a bunch of videos of, women talking about how they voted for him, and there was just, even online, there was just this huge shift where it seems like there's openness about it. And so women definitely are followers, they will go with the flow as long as the cultural movement can keep up. The key is that the cultural movement can keep up. The two problems that we have right now are that, and they're kind of roughly the same, but basically the same problem, is that Trump is killing the momentum. Like, with the Iran war, has just completely deflated a lot of the right, in my personal opinion, because it has caused a civil war within it. Those that are still Trump supporters and those that are more concerned about immigration and other issues over than foreign wars in the Middle East. And I see myself on the latter side myself personally. And it just comes, and that causes this infighting, that causes problems. The Democrats don't have it within these things. They keep their party within line, and they follow lockstep. And to prove to reach the end goal. Like, yes, leftists excommunicate if you don't subscribe to the DI agenda, right? The intersectional agenda. But they're at the point where they purge so many people that they have, and they've radicalized the Democrat Party so much, though the Democrats also radicalize them because it's Honora Boros, that they don't have that problem as much anymore once again. And right now a lot of people are blackpilling. There's a deflating feeling that we're actually losing and nothing's actually getting done. And women are not drawn to that. They're drawn to the winners. They're drawn to the champions. They're drawn to the rapists, right? The ones that colonize and conquer. And we're not colonizing and conquering like we claim to be doing. And that has killed some of the momentum there. And then the second thing is, there's always right now there is that shift occurring, but it's not completed. It's not 100%. There is still a good chance that the Democrats on the left can come back with a roar, like a tiger roaring in the jungle and reclaiming their land. I hope that doesn't happen, but with Trump killing the momentum so far, not saying he can't get it back, but at least at the moment, it's not good luck. The midterms are looking quite shaky at the moment. I still have some hope, but it's not going to be an easy landslide like it should. And then 2028, I still think Republicans can win. At the moment, once again, who knows what's going to happen in 2 years. And there's already about the bridge initiative, which has been covered extensively by other people, and how they're working behind the scenes. Trump's not actually going after people who are putting in the bridge initiative. He's not going after the immigration lawyers. He's not going after Ilhan Omar, who is an easy case of just denaturalization there. And he's not handling a lot of the problems at home that would stop the Democrats from rising again. He's just making his own position weaker. And by doing that, the Democrats will come, the citizenship will come back, and then women will still toe the line, and then you still have your Goy cattle women slaves, who are already, even with the cultural shift, still super left-wing thanks to the propaganda that's been fed to them since they popped out of the womb. I'm not fucking kidding. Women are cooked. I mean, we're not going to get to the dating scene debate right now, because we've talked about it extensively, and it is getting late. But just, women are literally spoon-fed propaganda from the minute they are born about how evil men are. And how they're so privileged and so much better than them, that no wonder that 20 years later, when they try to go find a man, they're just absolutely fried. Then you have the birth control and SSRIs to the mix too. Oh god, they're fucking awful. We need a lot more to change women's minds, and we're not there yet. We're not there. Women choose a strong course, being the strong course is legal for white men. Yeah, which is supposed to be changing, but easier said than done. Easier said than done here. If we link biological duty to voting rights, only widowed mothers of at least 3 children get a vote if a husband's military. If husband isn't military, minimum 5 kids will marry to a vote. I'm not completely against it, but I don't want to get rid of the woman vote completely, personally. We can tie the right to vote to children, but get the woman at the occasion and just have the man, because the man is the leader of the household, right? He's a representative of it. Only him should be deciding what actually happens with the vote here. The Foynes have gone insane! Let's see here. Okay, so I promised before end stream I'll show you the most recent update the clan hoodie. Once again, you're required by law to like and repost this when I post this on Twitter when it's done. Okay? Okay? Hey, here we are. Can I zoom in a little bit more? No. Yes, sort of, kind of. Yeah, ish. Anyway, why is it so thin there on the vagina? Alucard. It kind of looks like it's see-through. Let me see if I can like zoom in a little bit better, or I'm just going to fail massively. Can I? Okay, this is the best we're gonna get. We're not gonna throw a fit. I'm loving it so far. Congrats, Mal. Never has racism been more lewd. I'm sorry I have titties, okay? I'm sorry I have titties. Listen, if I'm heading into my new job at the Southern Poverty Law Center, I want to make sure I look my best. How else am I going to seduce the white man? After all, he's probably a race traitor since... since the most racist, far-right Nazi femboys are always, Discord servers are always femboys and race traitors, all that fun stuff, right? You know the trope. Don't ask the biggest racist the color of his girlfriend. I gotta seduce him somehow, right? Okay? Okay? Emma understands what we need. Thank you. Thank you. She has to look as rapeable as possible. Also true. How else am I gonna be bred by a white man? Come on. Oh, I wonder if I can, ooh. Do you think this is gonna be too spicy for a Discord sticker? I wonder if I can get Alucard to make like a transparent background, kind of like what this is. And, it make it like a Discord sticker. I don't think Discord would like that, though. Those 40-year-old, 400-pound black men biddies. Oh. Scary ghost. I'm happy to see this ghost. If I see this ghost in my town, I'll be like, damn, where do I get that $270,000? A briefcase in tow. God, I love this so much. Probably not a good idea, lol. I'm probably not, but like, come on. It would be funny, wouldn't it? It would be funny if I did though, right? Right? It would be funny. Making my way downtown, walking, his face is passing him homebound. I see you, and I miss you. I've always wondered if I could fly to the SPCL. And get some money. I forget the lyrics. Okay, I'm gonna stop while I'm ahead. That's the song that pops in my head when I see this pose. I would buy a sticker pack of the image. Now I'm going to sell it as merch now that you said that, but like, who would be okay printing that out for merch? Voice of an angel, ears bleeding. I can sing to you. I can sing you to sleep if you want. I can help you go to bed. I mean, it is 12:30 in the morning. You know, I can make you rest well with my beautiful voice. Oh. Let me see if I missed any super chats. I think I'm caught up, but oh, I remember. Okay, I feel really bad because it's been like a fucking week, but like a week ago, somebody sent a sticker at the before stream even started. Yeah. It was the Nick Shirley reacting April 19th. Oh, I'm such a bad person. Somebody sent us $2 sticker before stream even started. I completely missed it. And every time I start stream, I'm like, okay, come on, Amalgamyte. Come on, Jamal. You gotta remember to say thank you to this guy. And then I just never do. So, MFB with 3 exclamation points. I know I am 5 days late, or 4 days late, or something along those lines. But thank you for the $2 super chat, super sticker saying here. I appreciate it. I hope you see this VOD. If not, I'm a real fucking bitch now, aren't I? Oh god, I'm a horrible person. Okay, chat. Okay, so with the wonderful end to the stream that I'm joining the Ku Klux Klan, now that I know I can get paid for it. Kick Bros, I am sending you over to Mizuki. And YouTube Bros, I'm sending you over to Temp. Temp's not political, so don't bring up politics in the chat. That's very gay. Don't be gay. We don't like the gays here. You get thrown off buildings. Mizuki is technically political, but right now she's playing a game, and so just stay on topic. Follow her rules. Don't be offensive. Don't be, I guess, offensive within reason, right? Don't be anything too crazy, right? She's a good little gal. You know, she's. Listen, we like the Brazilians here. Rumble Bros, I forgot to pick you guys a raid. Hold on, wait a second, chat. Sorry, I forgot. I need a raid on Rumble now that I'm using Rumble Studio. But who's live? Oko is live on Rumble. There we go. Give Oko some love on Rumble. That's what we're gonna be doing. There we go. Okay, we have it all planned. In the meantime, I will see you guys on Friday. For the early Friday stream, Floundering Friday. Remember, Friday streams are always super early at 2:30 p.m. EST for Floundering Friday. I don't know what we're gonna be doing then. Actually, I have an idea, but we'll see how the cookie crumbles. And until then, I think that's it, chat. Be good at the people I send you to. And thank you for all the subby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spankings. And better fucking like and retweet my fucking post, you inwas. And good night. Bye. 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 Hail, bye. Bye. Bye.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic